There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
You literally know one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
here.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molto che viene sotto la meicia.
Alright, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand shooting.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me, don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of them being seated.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, how do we do this? Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of test 24. Yeah!
love getting it over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start. What are you doing? Yeah, what is this? What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molto che viene tutta America.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me, because they're another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
El Manito!
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la mecia.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay, I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
Good morning, or rather, should I say, morning, everyone. This is the 5th round of the Reykjavik Open, and we're gonna do it low energy because everyone is gonna struggle with this 9 a.m. local time start. It's 10 a.m. in beautiful Oslo, 5 a.m. on the East Coast. 2 a.m. on the West Coast, which is kind of acceptable because then you probably just didn't go to bed. But then on the other hand, if you stay and watch the game, you're going to miss the second game of the day. So it's a tough choice for the West Coasters. But we are ready today with interesting matchups. Both girls playing similarly rated opponents. Alexandra playing against a fellow Canadian, assumably French-Canadian based on the name, Yves Marin. 2166 plays, doesn't play a lot anymore, but has recently started playing again and is playing some self-made tricky system openings, so very difficult to prepare against. Gonna be interesting to see how Alexandra handles that. Andrea, not really playing a kid, I would say, but at least no longer getting those, that age bracket she has been doing very well against. Mathieu from Belgium is an 18-year-old. But there are rumors of one or more of the Botez opponents playing the Blitz tournament last night, which the Botezes smartly avoided to save energy. So that might be a part of a possible success. Simply getting more rest, better sleep than the opponent. You're allowed to hope for it at least. Wow, Andrea will play a higher rated opponent than Alexandra. Yes, this is true. But also Andrea has a full point more. So basically they're giving Andrea way more difficult challenges to try and stop her from winning all of her games. Hope you got more sleep than me. Banana, I can assure you I did. I actually slept quite well. Okay, I don't think that's true though. Or is it? I mean, normally I would dismiss the Alexandra Botez 1 pop-up, but her opponent hasn't been at the tournament for the last 2 rounds. He's taken half-point buys. So when the pop-up showed up, I just clicked it away because I assumed it was a mistake. But there is like a small chance that Alexandra's opponent is not feeling great and will not be able to play the game. Because he did skip the last 2 rounds. Co-commentator Alexandra Botez, in your dreams, Hagen. If Alexandra doesn't have a game now, she's going straight back to bed. I assure you of that. Will the boards be live today? Yes, that's the plan. No 15-minute delay on the clocks today. Oh. Oh no. It was correct. Alexandra's opponent is not going to be there. And she drank so much coffee before the game, she's not going to be able to sleep. No. I don't understand. How did the organizers make this mistake? Because I saw this guy on the chess results website the other days. They put him as a half-point buy for today's game as well. Oh, he decided this morning? Oh, man. Don't know if that's true. I mean, if they said so. Because, like, it did seem like they knew that he was... Because they changed his chess results from having a bye 3 straight rounds to suddenly being paired for the round. Are you allowed to decide in the morning? No, you're not. In general, you have to decide before the next round is set up. But what are you going to do? If the guy says, no, I'm not going to play, are you going to shackle him to the board? It's not going to happen. Yes? Are you saying yes to the shackling, Holsbein? Does Alexandra get a full point? Yes, she does. But she doesn't get to play her game, and she doesn't get to sleep in. Does their rating get penalized? No. When a game is unplayed, there's no rating change. Does that mean a win for us? What happens? So what happens is Alexandra will get a full point, but she loses out on the possibility to play the game. And I mean, I wasn't really mentioning this out loud, but Alexandra had a chance to make a norm. And now she loses that chance with her opponent forfeiting. So that's very unfortunate. Well, she can study. I mean, sure. But it doesn't... When you're ready, you woke up at 7 a.m. to play a freaking morning round, and you get to the venue and they tell you, oh no, you could have just slept in. It's a real kick in the teeth. Andrea's game still going ahead? Yeah, certainly, yes. But we don't have an Andrea's game. Anna is already playing. What's Hammer up to? Kevin, you're seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a board with no moves, and I'm seeing no video. Nothing I can do. Dude, I can invent something. I can pretend I have a psychic connection with Andrea. But most likely what's happening is that Andrea is late for the game, which means she hasn't set up her camera and no moves have been made and the game hasn't been started. I don't know. When things go wrong, everyone yell at Hammer. Yeah. The good thing is, if there's a problem with Andrea's camera, now that Alexandra is not playing her game, she can play tech support. Can you explain for us what is the norm Alexandra is trying to get? Yeah, no, and also the word norm is so weird, I think. But in chess, essentially, in order to get a title, like international master, women's international master, such things, you need to have 3 good performances as well as having a certain rating. Okay, we got moves. No camera, but we got moves. Mathieu plays pawn to d4. Andrea, knight f6. Andrea's gonna play her King's Indian, with which she has lost pretty much every game she's played in the last 2 weeks. Andrea's score with the white pieces, pretty much 100%. Andrea's score with the black pieces, pretty much 0%. But, you know, we love her still. Okay, it seems like a lot of moves are coming in, which is making me think that there was just a delay that I was not kind of responsible for. Just putting that out there. Andrea going for her King's Indian setup, and it seems Andrea has been playing a lot of opponents who do the fianchettos with the bishops pointing in towards the center, and doesn't try to play like an aggressive person. And frankly, playing non-aggressive against Andrea has turned out to be quite the successful strategy. But Mathieu, he seems like a boy who puts his pawns in the center, getting Coach Hammer's approval, but also kind of increasing Andrea's chances, because she likes to face the aggression. Hammer, what's up with the hair? I'm doing the best I can. It's very early in the morning. Coinbase seems duplicated in the scene. Wow, I mean, that is completely shocking. I had no idea. It's not like I did that. What's the headphones you're using? I don't know. Something very cheap. Okay, never mind. Mathieu does not like putting his pawns in the center. He has disappointed all of us. It looked like he was gonna be aggressive, and then suddenly he turned around and started developing his pieces instead. Camera is in. Great news. Wait, what? Okay. This is kind of weird. Alexandra's camera is in. Why are we watching this on Alexandra's camera? This means I'm gonna have to do some thinking. We're gonna have to go to the Andrea scene and then add media source, Alexandra's cam, and then move this down. Okay, we got the live position on the board. We got the camera from the venue. We've got Alexandra unhappily leaving the venue with her backpack and jacket and everything until little sister calls her over to help out. No help needed, apparently. And we're back in it. GM Hammer Cam. There I am. Okay. I think we got it now. Some early morning technical difficulties. Alexandra is not playing? No, her opponent didn't show up for the round. Alexandra going back to bed? That's what I was hoping. But she told us that she's had multiple cups of coffee. So that's not looking great. Also, what is it with these clock layouts that keep changing on me every day and I keep adjusting them? Okay, now we're ready. You should put Alexandra 1 on stream so people don't ask every 2 minutes. I'm fine with people asking. I want to encourage people asking. When you have a question you don't know the answer to, you should ask. And then we're so lucky to have multiple moderators who can help out with providing the answer. We have mods. I think they're somewhere, Disco. Does it count as half a point? No, Alexandra will get the full point. But she doesn't get to play, so she's a bit disappointed. Why do I get a slightly unhappy vibe from Hammer? Allow me to find my watch in showcase. What norm is Alexandra missing out on now? Well, she misses out on the opportunity to get any norm. And that includes IM, WGM, and WIM. Hammer, it's 2 a.m. for me. Yeah, Joe, you're not getting sympathies for being up at 2 a.m. That's my normal rhythm. Okay, Andrea's opponent started developing pieces. Andrea is now kicking the bishop back. The guy's going to move the bishop back. And now, computer wants Andrea to continue chasing after this bishop and then trade this knight for it. Pros and cons. You win a bishop for a knight. You get the bishop pair, which is definitely Hammer approved. but you also create some weakening of your king side, which is not great because you're likely going to put your king over to that side. And when you take the bishop, they will we will be opening up the age file for the white rook. So pros and cons, but computer likes it. Andrea instead has castled, and now her opponent should play. Engine is actually suggesting h3 with the idea that now if g5, bishop goes back, knight attacks bishop, the bishop can actually hide out. Wow, computer really likes trying to escape with this bishop. But boy, has that one had quite the journey. Okay, he decides to go e3 instead, which seems rather sensible. And now the question becomes, how is Andrea going to challenge the center? Normally in the King's Indian, you try and push this pawn up, but now it might also be good to push this other pawn forward. Essentially, what Andrea wants to do for the next couple of moves is that she wants to challenge this d4 pawn so that the scope of her bishop that's right now pointed into this pawn, a pawn defended by another pawn, you want to break up this central pawn structure to open up the great potential of this bishop pointing down through the center. Why does Andrea's opponent have 2.5 points? Because this tournament is being done with accelerated pairings, which means that the best players get like an invisible point at the start, and then their invisible point is gradually taken away as the tournament progresses. And this is done to have the best players playing against each other earlier than you maybe normally would, considering that there's 400 people participating in this tournament. And right now, I think this is the final round where the accelerated pairings is still in effect. And there's no longer an invisible point. Instead, it's an invisible half point. So Andrea's opponent has 2.5 points in the tournament, but he has 3 points when you include the invisible boost for the stronger players. And because of this, Andrea faces a higher rated opponent than she maybe otherwise would have. Where do players go when they leave the table? Most of the time you just walk around the venue and you look at some of the other games, and typically you look at the games of the people you know, either personally or through Twitch. So you're gonna see more people checking out the streamer games than the others, probably. Or you go to the bathroom, or you go have a snack, a banana, stuff like that. Coffee. I mean, Andrea did play pawn to c5. That was the top move from the engine. She's putting that pressure in towards the center. I'm not super familiar with this setup from the white pieces, but it kind of feels like Andrea has had a good start to the game. What are they writing? They're writing down their moves. So Alexandra basically gains nothing but a more difficult opponent next round. Yeah, pretty much knight. That's well, she also gets one less. No, I don't think she even gets that. I was gonna say she gets one less black game, but I think when your opponent forfeits without there being any moves played, it doesn't count as a black game for you. So yeah, Alexandra was pretty disappointed. Forfeits. Forfeits? I'll work on my pronunciation. Okay. Whew. We're about to do something technical. Wish me luck, people. Back to overview. Man, the fact that they used Alexandra's camera for Andrea is really messing up my my layout. I guess I'll just guess I'll just do this. Change it back afterwards. I'm not sure what Dena's rating is, but I think that's a approximate guess. Oh, this is gonna annoy the. Oh God. Okay, I'm going back to this one. Okay. We're up and running. Let's see. What is Dena's position looking like? H6, H4. So Dena's knight definitely. I'm guessing knight f3, e6, and the trade was made, and then knight f6. And that should be the current position on the board. And then castles. Okay, Dena's game is up. Andrea's game is up. Alexandra's game not happening, unfortunately. Alexandra's opponent forfeited. He was not ready to play a morning round. We don't really blame him, but we wish he would have let us know before the round was scheduled, or rather before the round was set up, so that either Alexandra could get some more sleep, or that they could pair her against an opponent who actually wanted. Oh, Andrea's game is a bit, yeah, I'll fix that. Not bad. Would they have repaired her with someone else? Yeah, so if you don't want to play the next round, you're supposed to tell the organizers before the completion of the previous round, and then they will just remove you from the pairing system when the next round is being calculated. Hammer thought he was getting half workload. I really did. And then the bosses said, no, sir. But what are you going to do? Oh, flip Andreas's. Yeah, okay, that's what you were saying. Interesting from Phil. For a 9-round tournament, if a player has only 8 games because of a win by a forfeit or pairing allocated by, but they have met the correct mix of opponents in those games, they can have a title result in 8 games count as a 9-game norm. Okay, interesting, Phil. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be relevant anyway, because Alexandra, well, she did play. Did she play 2 IMs? She did. Yeah, no, that might be very good news, Phil. But I didn't really want to bring up the idea of a norm, but I kind of did, because I felt like the conversation naturally went that way. But now, yeah, now there's going to be the pressure to justify the norm discussion, which is a bit unfortunate. Why is Dena's opponent so low elo? It's kind of like the same with Andrea, right? Dena's playing a very... Honestly, wow, I'm just realizing Dena was very close to playing against Andrea. So Andrea is basically in the same situation, in that her rating is slightly higher than Emerson. And then in theory, she should get a slightly higher rated opponent, which could be Dena. They were reasonably close to facing each other, but it didn't match with callers, though. Dena was due a black game, and so was Andrea. Alexandra was close to playing Anna. That would have been cool. You deleted the Coinbase logo? Oh god. There's always something, huh? Okay, there we go. Are the clocks live or delayed? Okay, so now the clocks in Dena's game is delayed, and in Andrea's game, it's not delayed. So good luck mods explaining that to everyone. You can't see the Coinbase outline white on white. Sure, Miss BotezLive. But do you want to go in there and replace the cloth with a black one? You want me to move the logo to the upper right? I can do this, but then, you know, there's the kind of obvious mistake of the guy's face not being visible. But if you prefer this, I can make that happen. There's one with an outline and the other scene. Yeah, no, it's not it's not one I can move. I can't move it. I didn't realize how problematic it would be Alexandra having a buy and now sitting there watching the stream pointing out everything I'm doing wrong. Ugh. Go to sleep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a perfect opportunity, Alexandra, to get some sleep ahead of the very important 6th round game. Also, please comb your hair. You're crazy if you think this hair is uncombed. That's why it's looking like this. When I comb my hair, the curls try to get back to life. Trust me, if I didn't spend a minute trying to get my hair under control, it would look a lot different. It would be like this. Much better? Okay. No difference? You're crazy. I like Andrea's move. Queen b6 is a good move. Targeting this. So essentially what the disadvantage for white in developing this bishop early is that the bishop no longer controls the b2 pawn. And Andrea is now targeting said pawn. And this causes a bit of a problem for white. Because if you try to use your queen to protect, then the black bishop could possibly attack the queen. And you need to calculate some sacrifices, which apparently this isn't good. But you could easily understand if someone is scared about this kind of attack coming in on the white king, the king not having castled yet. So Andrea's opponent is, yeah, he was scared of this. and he chose to play queen to c1 instead. So notice how he avoids the best square for the queen because he was scared of a sacrifice that didn't even work. But now Andrea can play this bishop to f5 move anyway because she wants to go knight to e4. And this would be like her dream situation if she could get both her bishops pointing down towards the white queen side together with the queen. In fact, here the computer says black is just winning. So this is the kind of play we want to see. And bishop to f5 is now a very important step of Andrea's plan. So hoping to see that on the board. It's not a typical King's Indian move. So here, Andrea needs to get out of the kind of King's Indian thinking way of thinking and try to look at the immediate possibilities you have with this bishop and queen pointing in the same direction. In order for these pieces to maximize their value, you need to try and remove this white knight. And that's why bishop f5 is such a good move, because then you have the opportunity to increase the pressure and try and trade off the white knight. But bishop f5, not a classic move in these kind of situations. So let's see if Andrea finds it. In the meantime, in Dena's game, Dena has played bishop to d6. She's pointing in towards the white knight. Sometimes you actually want to make this trade because it would give white some awkward doubled pawns. Dena's opponent didn't even really want to consider the possibility. So he just chose to move the knight in towards the center. And then after the trades, the white queen is pointing down on the black king. Dena has not castled yet, but knight to d7. She's just developing her pieces, and she may get this knight further over to the queen side to kick the white queen back. It's quite an equal position, but Dena is essentially just saying that I'll play an equal position against you, and then you're going to do something silly because you're rated 1800. And I'm Dena Belenkaya. And she's just trusting that her ability to play better chess over time is going to shine even if the position is kind of boring. Andrea played bishop f5. Let's go. And she also included this kicking back the white bishop, which it was basically optional. You could play bishop f5 immediately, or you could just play it after you kick the bishop back. Both options were good. And now white already actually has to be quite careful. If white doesn't find the right move now, he's gonna be in serious trouble. The threat of knight to e4 is so strong that knight to d2, trying to take control of that square, making sure that black cannot trade off the white knight on c3, that's pretty much the only acceptable move for white in this position. But I think also Andrea's opponent will realize that because he understands the threatening situation it would be with the two bishops pointing down. So he does play knight to d2. And now computer is saying there's only one good move for Andrea. So this is a strategically kind of tricky position. And it's demanding a lot of accuracy from both sides. And here, knight to h5 is the recommended move to try and snipe white's bishop pair before that bishop is able to run away. So essentially, Andrea has weakened her king positioning by moving the pawns in front of the king up. And in order to justify making those weaknesses, she needs to have some other advantages instead. And that's why going after the bishop and having this bishop be unopposed on the board, no white bishop can try and stunt the black dark squared bishop's incredible control down the diagonal. That would be such a justification of the weakened black king. We have 2 games today. Yes, Jimply. So even if Alexandra's opponent didn't show up for the morning round, Alexandra will still have an opportunity to play today because she's playing again, and she's playing again at 4 p.m. Icelandic time, which is 6 hours from now. Yes. 6 hours and 10 minutes from now. Hammer in direct competition with Ben Feingold. I mean, I've always been in direct competition with Ben Feingold. You guys just didn't realize it until now. Does this game help her gain rating? No, unfortunately not. When your opponent is a no-show for the game, you don't get any rating for it. Hammer, can you send the squeak video? Oh my god. You're being very demanding, Alexandra. And you're expecting technical ability of me that I just don't really have. Why are we showing a squeak video? Oh god. Who's bird watching? Oh god. Oh, that's the wrong way. I feel like you're making this more difficult for me than it needs to be. Okay, here's squeak. But yeah, in trying to do this video, I definitely did rotate the entire layout. And it disappeared. Okay, now I got it properly from the beginning. Alexandra trolling? I don't really know. She might be, she might not. She's fond of that bird. I can never tell. We derailed? Yeah. Hammer, you can stop. This is kind of nice. Andrea's opponent is forcing her to do what... Oh no, Andrea did play knight h5. That was the move. Okay, Andrea played like 4 top moves in a row. Andrea's playing pretty well now. She has a very nice position. Happiest I've seen Hammer all tournament. I genuinely did not realize how bad it was gonna be with Alexandra's game not happening. I thought it's sad for her that she doesn't get to play her game, but you know, at least she's gonna, you know, get some sleep or something. And I just didn't realize this meant that I would try to get Dena's game up and running, have to play squeak videos and correct Coinbase logos. It's just... I didn't understand the ramifications of what happened this morning. And it's 10 a.m. ish. And I'm not ready for it. Hammer will be a tech guru at the end of this. I find that highly unlikely. In order to be a tech guru, you actually have to do these kind of things at your own pace without the pressure of thousands of people watching you I'm not even gonna hold back mince words. Fuck up all the technical stuff, and then it turns out I don't get sound on the video. Am I supposed to know how I get sound? Why isn't the sound playing automatically? I did it as a media source, which was how I messed up the cameras on day 1, and so I thought I had learned how to deal with that, but apparently I hadn't. Okay, but Andrea is playing good moves at least. And Dena is just playing as if she's just chilling out. Dena's opponent played c4. And Dena's not at the board. So that's the current situation there. And then Andrea's opponent did play bishop to e2, pointing the bishop towards the knight. Andrea has taken the bishop pair and then completed her development. I am so proud. She took the bishop pair. She castled on move 6. Alexandra, take notes. And now she's completed her development. In the confusion of everything that's happening around this game, I think we're forgetting that Andrea is kind of outplaying her opponent. The computer thinks it's equal, but I think black is significantly better. I think the computer is just dead wrong, saying this is an equal position. I think black is just much better. Because we're about to, you know, get this rook here, maybe the knight up in the center. Like, what are these pieces doing? This guy cannot move because it needs to block this bishop's diagonal. This guy, well, I mean, you can move, but there's not a single good square for the knight. This bishop, like, what's this bishop doing? The best it can hope for is getting traded with the black bishop. I don't understand what white is doing in this position. And this incredibly powerful bishop pointing down the board with no white pawns blocking its path. It's wild to me that the computer thinks this is equal, because Andrea looks much, much better. Dena is military girl. Apparently she is today. Don't ask me about fashion. What's the recommended move for white? The recommended move is to castle. And don't get me started on this castling move, because then you're taking the only good thing about your position, the rook that's pointing down towards the opponent's king, and you're moving that one away from its good positioning. Like, the top recommended move for white is moving the only well-placed piece away. The more I'm talking about this, I genuinely don't understand in what universe the computer could think this is okay for white. I think Andrea is significantly better. I'm not sure what her plan should be for the next couple of moves, but I'm optimistic. How do you get into these chess tournaments? I mean, you get into them by, I mean, as in liking them, you watch Hammer commentary, and then by joining them, as in playing them, you just pay money to people. It's incredible what money can do. Can we pay you? No. But you can pay the organizers to join their fantastic event at the Iceland Concert Hall. I thought grandmasters get paid to do events. Yes. That I can confirm, which is why I don't know what it costs to join the tournament as a non-grandmaster. But I can tell you from experience many, many decades ago that the way to join is usually bribing, aka paying for a service. No, I mean, genuinely, any rating, whatever your rating is, you can still participate. There's no like, oh, everyone who plays in this tournament, we need to check that you can give a checkmate with a queen and a king. They don't do like tests of ability and say, oh no, you don't know how to do this, you cannot play the tournament. They'll let anyone in for a fee. Don't these tournaments make chess an expensive hobby? Yes. Chess is very, very expensive. And that's it's kind of the trick that some people who market chess, they're like, oh, all you need to play is a board and an opponent. And that is definitely true from like a hobby perspective. You can go to the park and play against anyone, and it's super cheap. But competitive chess with tournaments lasting many days and travel and hotel and whatnot, that does unfortunately mean that chess is rather expensive. Very cheap to start, very expensive to compete. More expensive than golf. I would think chess is less expensive, but I don't know, maybe not. I've seen some rumors about what golf clubs cost, and it's making me think maybe chess is probably cheaper. You need to travel for all sports. Yeah, that's true, but having to stay places for a full week is rather uncommon, right? So most sports you play, whatever, 6 games in a weekend. But some of these chess tournaments with 1 game a day, 9 days straight, that's it adds up when it comes to hotel nights. Is chess.com rating the same as FIDE? No. So these are two different rating systems. They're based on the same principle, but the main difference is that there are way fewer people in the FIDE ratings than the chess.com ratings. And the fact that there are fewer people means that, well, it has some implications on, for instance, it's not as easy to get a high rating because you don't have as many players that you can kind of farm. That's part of it. Stuff like that. F4 is a good move. So Mathieu understood that his position long term is kind of rubbish, and he needs to act very quickly to try and create something. So castling, I think, from white, even though that was initially the computer's recommended move, I think that would have been a big mistake. Instead, Mathieu is trying to utilize the fact that he has a rook pointing down towards the black king, and he's basically now just trying to create an attack against that black king and trying to eliminate more of the pawns that's defending. And right now, Andrea needs to find this move, pawn to e6, because frankly, her bishop is about to be trapped. So imagine Andrea just plays a nothing move on the right-hand side. Then her opponent will push forward, attacking the bishop. The bishop can try to retreat, but then the pawn will continue forward, attacking it again. And this will bury the bishop. This guy is just never getting back into play. It's being completely blockaded by the opposing pawns. And this would be a major problem for Andrea. So in order to prevent this, she needs to play this move, pawn to e6, which it's good for two reasons. It's trying to open up the center of the board so that the black rooks can try and target the white king. But at the same time, it's also preventing this plan we saw earlier with the pawn chasing the bishop, because now the black pawn is positioned to stop that idea. So it's a very complicated position. I still am optimistic about Andrea's long-term chances, but there's definitely a big need for accuracy in her moves to deal with this immediate onslaught down towards the black king. Because the black king is not feeling super safe right now. You have to watch out a little. In Dena's game, Dena has played knight to f6, attacking the queen. The queen steps back. And then Dena went knight g4. Knight g4, really? Has Dena been hanging out with Andrea too much? That is an absolutely wild move. She's moving her knight up into an attacking position without really having the forces needed to justify an attack in this moment. And she's inviting a repetition of moves. Like her opponent can go queen e4 now, and then she just has to move back. So she's basically inviting a back and forth, unless she wants to go pawn h5 to protect the knight. But then, I mean, you haven't castled your king, and there's quite a lot of threatening pieces that could point down towards the black king where it stands. So this, I would think, it would be very scary to try and use the pawn to reinforce the knight's positioning. So, not feeling this knight g4 move. That it feels like you're trying to attack in a position where attacking just really isn't necessarily justified. Andrea has played knight to f6. And now she is getting hit by the advancing white pawns. So pawn to e4 now, the bishop will have to go back. And then the bishop will be chased again. And we're going to end up in one of those situations we were kind of hoping to avoid, where the black bishop is buried in the corner. So here, this bishop would be the most horrendous piece on the board. But at the same time, it's actually advantageous that white had to move this pawn up in the middle, because now this square is not available to the white knights. And even though this bishop is super bad, the other bishop is super good with all of white's pawns being on the light squares, which means that the white pawns are unable to try and stop the influence of the Andrea's dark squared bishop. And also because all of white's pawns are on the light squares, it means that these pawns are blocking the bishop in like every diagonal imaginable. So like this bishop isn't very good either. But for some reason, the computer feels like Andrea's position is terrible here. And I don't understand that. I mean, this looks completely viable to me. Like, you'll get a rook pointing down here. You maybe have to... So one of the bad things is that this knight now is blocking the bishop, and the areas it's attacking is very well defended by the white pieces. So the knight will probably have to reroute to the e5 square, but I mean, that's fine. Shouldn't be that big of an issue. Yeah, once again, I just... playing knight to f6, which Andrea did right now, it's definitely inaccurate, but it's not a disaster by any means. Ooh, and her opponent didn't even push the pawns forward. He castled. And that gets a question mark, because once again, we talked about how the only good thing about white's position was this rook potentially pointing down towards the black king. And now he voluntarily moved the rook away from that open file. And now even the computer agrees that Andrea has a really nice position. But it also wants her to play this pawn to e6. Which it's just a very important move, because she wants to open up. She wants essentially to get rid of her own pawn in order for the rook to point down and put pressure in towards the white position. Like, Andrea is so close to just being winning right now. I really, really like her position. Do you think Norway will also join NATO? Is that the level of trolling Twitch chat does in the morning? First game of the day? Yeah, it is me. Surely she won't blunder. Yeah, I should mention that if you do like a nothing move on the right side, then this pawn will attack the knight and the rook will attack the bishop. But Andrea is acutely aware of the rook changing position as part of the castling move, and that the rook is now pointing down on the bishop. So I'm not very concerned about that. Didn't we basically create NATO? I think that's maybe giving Norway too much credit. But we've definitely been in for a very, very long time. Maybe we were one of the founding states, yeah. But essentially what that means is just like we didn't have the military power that Sweden had to manage without allies. Well, and also we had some natural resources that the Germans wanted that the Swedish didn't have. Oil? No, it was actually heavy water. Even worse. An ingredient for the atomic bomb. And maybe oil? Maybe? No, we didn't have oil at that point. So oil was definitely not part of it. But we also had like some mines in the north, I think. Didn't Sweden send iron ore to Germany? Yeah, and it went through Norway, right? So they wanted to control the railway from Sweden to Norway to the coast, and then the iron gets shipped, probably. NATO was founded after World War II. Yeah, but it was founded because of World War II. So there's a very distinct causation between it. Did a Norwegian invent the Ouija board? Do I look like a Ouija board kind of guy to you? I guess maybe today with this hair. Chat being very happy to say yes. How is the 8-year-old English girl doing? I don't know. But in general, she's killing it. I saw she participated in the European Blitz and Rapid Championship, and she was beating like some of the best players in the world. It's insane. Let me check here. Bud Hana. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. She has... Oh, she's not doing too well. She has 2 points out of 4. But she'll come back stronger. Still half a tournament left. What happened in Alexandra's game? Alexandra's opponent was a no-show. So Alexandra was given the win, but she doesn't get the rating for it. She was a bit disappointed. Imagine being in your 50s and playing an 8-year-old. It happens in chess. That's not even that uncommon. It's very humbling. What good is a win with no rating? That you didn't lose, mainly. It's not that the win is good, it's just that the alternative would be worse. How many moves have they played? Andrea is thinking about her 15th move. But if she plays pawn to e6, she has a solid advantage. What's going on in Dena's game? Dena's opponent played pawn to g3, which for some reason was one of the top moves. And then Dena goes queen a5. Yeah, this is just chess beyond my understanding. And now Dena's trying to bring her queen over to support the knight in this non-existent attack. Do you think Dena learned to attack in situations that don't really justify it from Andrea? Or I just realized maybe it's Dena that's being a bad influence on Andrea. No, actually, now that I think about it, Andrea doesn't get influenced. I've tried to influence her chess and I've failed quite miserably at that. Andrea's stubborn, that's one way of putting it, yes. Why would Dena listen or implement anything from a lot lower rated player she is? I don't know. Maybe Andrea just has that effect on people. No, but it's about mentality, right? Andrea is like, oh, I want to attack all the time. And then Dena's like, oh, I should try and attack. And then sometimes you go on the attack, even if the position doesn't really justify an attack to be made. I'm starting to think Dena might consider pawn to g5. Like, she might try to sacrifice a lot of stuff here and just try and open everything against this black king. Honestly, if something like this happens, then Dena's strategy will be entirely justified. Something like this would be super scary for white. I'm not a huge fan of this g3 move, but it was actually recommended. I'm amazed that this Emerson guy, he could have just gone for the repetition of moves and he chose not to, which is pretty bold. Emerson and Lonky looks very young. Andrea's opponent is 18. I'm not sure about Dena's. But as far in chess, because we have like the problem of having to compete with 8-year-olds, 18-year-olds in chess, I'm not even sure they qualify to the kid moniker. Like, they're fully grown human beings and not as scary as the little ones. The general rule of chess, the smaller the opponent, the more scared we are. Which is a very direct... it's completely opposite to boxing, for instance. Which is maybe why chess boxing is such an intriguing activity. Because it's just two completely opposite things mashed together. Does an opponent's bad move throw you off more than a good move? No. I mean, I give them a look. If I think my opponent made a mistake, this is actually real. This is real, but it's kind of psychological warfare. If I think my opponent made a bad move, I will look at the board and I will look at them. And I will look at the board and I will look at them. And by doing this, you're kind of telling them, oh, you sir, you messed up. You've gone and made a mistake, haven't you? And it really makes them nervous, or so I hope. But then on the other hand, you're kind of telling them that you think they made a mistake. And if they didn't make a mistake, then that's kind of embarrassing for you. So I'm not sure it works in every situation, but at this point, I kind of made it a habit. You should do that when they play the best move. Yeah, but if they play the best move, they're probably a decent player who understands that they played a good move and is not going to get fooled by my trickery. What look do they give you when you've made a mistake? I don't make mistakes. And when I do, my opponents often don't realize it. I don't know. When I make mistakes, I'm too busy, bashing myself for being such a bad chess player to notice what my opponent is doing. How uncommon is a no-show? It's quite uncommon. Because normally, if you're not going to show up, you let everyone know the day before. And Alexandra's opponent changed his mind about showing up last minute. Maybe he was not feeling great, didn't sleep or something. Dena's opponent... What is going on? I'm telling you guys, you can be good chess players if you just follow the opening principles. The guy had developed his knight, but he chose to move the knight in front of the bishop, preventing the bishop from participating in play. Only to move the knight a second time. Yeah, I'm not giving that a thumbs up, that's for sure. The queen is attacking the knight, but that's why Dena moved her queen up here, because she wanted to move her queen over afterwards. So now queen f5, knight up here attacks the bishop, and then bishop back. And Dena has quite a decent position. Her opponent has just been goofing around with his last 3 moves, while Dena's rash attacking decision has kind of been justified by her opponent being so obsessed with this knight that he's wasting time instead of getting his pieces into the game. Wow, computer actually feels like Dena's better here, which is not obvious to me, but good for her. And I'm expecting Dena to play pretty quickly here because her knight is under attack and she's going to have to move the queen over to deal with that. So queen f5 is pretty obvious. Andrea is still thinking, but that's fine. This is an important moment in Andrea's game. And we're really hoping for this move, pawn to e6, which gives support to the bishop, but also intends to try and open up in the center and try and have a rook pointing down through the middle, which would be very nice long term. What would knight g4 do for Andrea? Not much, unfortunately. Knight to g4 threatens this pawn, but it kind of forgets about what white did with their previous move. So after knight g4, white can open up for the rook to attack the undefended bishop. And even if the knight continues forward, then the rook can come in and attack both the knight and the bishop, and you're going to struggle to keep both of them alive. So yeah, computer really hates that. But it's an interesting idea. Maybe knight to g4 could be a potential move after we first go this e6. So if we first go with the pawn to support the bishop, then we might try and infiltrate with the knight afterwards. But personally, I like just moving my rook into the center to try and point down the middle of the board. If Andrea plays pawn to e6, she's seriously better. Like, much, much better. Oh, she's moving? I mean, some people in chat may have thought that with Alexandra getting a free point today, she was going to catch up to her sister. Andrea has been improving her record on the highest rated player she's ever beaten. She made the record in Prague. I think she even improved upon it within the Prague tournament. She set a new record here in Reykjavik yesterday. And I'm just gonna say it. She's computer is almost saying black is winning here. Because, like, what are the white pieces doing? This bishop is being blocked by this pawn. This knight is being blocked by this pawn. This knight cannot really move because you need to try and stunt the black bishop. You cannot get this rook into the game because in order to do that, you would need to move your queen. But if you move your queen, you lose the pawn. So the queen is stuck defending here. This rook is stuck because the queen is in the way. Like, all of white's pieces make absolutely no sense. The only good piece white has is this rook. But frankly, this rook was maybe better pointing down towards the king along the edge of the board than white now having castled. I'm really, really curious to see what the white player is going to do next. Because I don't really see a good plan for him. Maybe he goes like bishop f3 to try and go knight to e4. Now, that doesn't really work either. It doesn't prevent Andrea from just improving her rook's positioning. Like, what's really good about this pawn to e6 move is that Andrea executed her best plan and she gets the green star for it. But what's even more massive about this is the fact that now white has to make a decision about the future, and there's just no good plan for white here. So he's probably going to be thinking for 30 minutes because he has no idea what to do next. And that it goes back to something I like to say, that in a bad position, there are no good moves. So very often we spend a lot of time looking for good moves, but if there are no good moves in the position, you're going to spend tons of time only to realize that actually I'm in big trouble. And I think that's what's going to happen right now. I think Andrea's opponent is going to sit there for like 20 minutes minimum. And then his face is going to become more and more red as he realizes that so far he's being completely outplayed by the black bishops. And his position just really isn't very good. Okay, Dena doesn't play queen to f5. Instead, she plays queen to h5. Which is not as centrally located as the alternative. But Dena's cooking. Dena's idea is that if play just develops semi-normally, I think what she's saying is that with this queen on the h5 square, she can do something like pawn to g5 in the future. And then if this pawn is captured, she can go for the checkmate. So Dena is really... She's really taken Andrea's mentality to heart. And she's going for the very straightforward, obvious attacks, even when you don't have that many attacking pieces. And you're essentially just saying, I hope it's going to work out, because my opponent is probably going to make a mistake. And, well, to be fair, her opponent probably is going to make a mistake. He already didn't handle this perfectly in terms of taking a well-positioned knight and starting moving it around, allowing black to improve her positioning, while white really hasn't accomplished that much in the meantime. In fact, the maneuvering of the knight to the e4 square, that has cost this knight 2 moves. But as a part of the problem with this is that when Dena castles, she's going to be attacking the d4 pawn. And that pawn would have been defended. If the knight had just remained where it was, this pawn would be completely fine. But because you did the big maneuvering, your pawn is in trouble. And then you're going to have to spend more time keeping that pawn defended when you could have just not moved your knight away from a good positioning to begin with. So what I'm trying to tell you, kids, is don't move the same piece more than once in the opening, unless there's like a very, very good reason to. Because speaking of other people who played the same piece more than once, look what happened to the guy who moved his bishop once, twice, 3 times. Okay, to be fair, Andrea moved her knight 3 times as well. That was maybe not the best example. But the guy moved his bishop around and it just got captured. And now he has to deal with Andrea having the bishop pair and having those 2 wonderful bishops pointing down towards the white queen side, making white's pieces completely tied down and unable to do any positive contribution. Okay, might bishop d1, bishop c2 work for white? Yes. Coppelius, that is an excellent plan. I've been thinking about that plan myself. I think that's what white should do. It's the only way to kind of deal with the whole bishops pointing in towards the white queen side. So bishop d1 would be the move I'm expecting here. But computer says it's no good. It's not entirely clear to me why it's no good, but... Okay, apparently here knight to g4 is a good idea. I don't know. This seems like white's best option to me, but Engine is not super impressed. I think that's what he's got to play to try and eliminate black's bishop pair and try and regain control of some of these central squares. But it's not a great sign when you're having to move the same piece twice. But we're kind of done with the opening phase in that all the pieces have gotten into play-ish. And we're now in the maneuvering phase where you are allowed to move the same piece for a second time. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. No, I'm not taking a quick break. Pawn to a4. That is sensational. Wow, that was the computer's top choice. And I just didn't mention it because I thought it looked very strange. So he's understanding that this black queen is super annoying because it means that the white queen has to stay here and defend. And so he's basically just saying, I'll move my pawn up to attack your queen. And then if we try to stop the white pawn from moving further up, yeah, this makes sense. But then rook a3 and rook b3, and somehow white managed to chase black's queen back anyway. I still like black's position here, but it makes sense that you managed to stop one of the major problems in that the black queen was being annoying. So pawn to a4 was the computer's top choice. And I didn't see that coming. I didn't think it was gonna be like a human solution to find. That being said, I still like this rook to e8 move. Yeah, the pawn can come forward and attack the queen, but the queen will just move back. And our potential of trying to open through the center is going to be very nice. Okay, I would maybe take this one, but like a position like this, where we open up for the rook through the center, that could be very nice. We just got to watch out for this trick where the pawn attacks the knight and the rook attacks the bishop. So maybe we go with the bishop back first, and then we trade, and then we open up for the rook. Here we get stuck with this one. Okay, so we have to be a bit careful. So if we move the bishop all the way back, now we got a good position. Because if the trade, the rook recaptures, and we have this pressure down the center, and if the white rook tries to capture on the flank, well, then we still make a trade here, opening up through the center, and we start attacking lots of stuff, and white will lose the game because the center just collapses. So I'm liking this idea for Andrea. Rook to e8 and just working to open up for the rook to attack the white pawn on e3. That's a really nice plan for her. And she already found the right plan with e6 on the previous move. And pawn to e6, yeah, the main thing is to protect the bishop, but you're definitely also thinking about this trade when you created that tension for yourself. So, and why are we thinking about this trade? Because we want to have the rook pointing down. So I'm pretty confident that Andrea is considering moving her rooks into the center. And I think right now it's going to be a choice between getting the rook in and playing pawn to a5. And the rook massively prefers to get the rook involved as soon as possible as a priority. So we'll let Andrea think about that. We will note that Andrea's opponent is playing very quickly, even though he has a bad position, which means Andrea will be under pressure on the clock in this game. So she's going to have to speed up at some point, but the right moment to speed up is probably not going to be now, because the decisions you make now in this complicated middle game is what's going to affect all the rest of the game. So it's very difficult knowing when to spend your time and not. But here, when there are multiple different plans being worked through, and you have to think about what is my opponent going to do in return and stuff like that, this is the right moment to spend time. And then you can still spend too much time, and you shouldn't do that. But spending some time here, like 10 minutes per move, is definitely completely acceptable. On the previous move, Andrea played pawn to e6 after 19 minutes and 56 seconds. So she spent 20 minutes on this move, but since it was the right move, it justifies the decision to spend that time, because then probably your position is easier to play as a result of your position being better. Like, the better your position, the more good moves you usually have at your disposal. So the investment in this pawn to e6 move was definitely worth the time. And I think rook to e8. If she has to spend 15 minutes to figure out that this is what I want to do, I want to get my rook out of the way so that when the pawn attacks the queen can step back without then blocking the rook's path to get into the middle of the board. So that's why I'm using this rook. If I use the other rook, this guy is going to be stuck in the corner, not really doing anything. So I want to use this rook so that I don't disturb the coordination of my pieces when I move the queen back on the next one. And also there is like some potential of the pawn recapturing here, and then this rook could actually be useful on the f file as well. So I think rook a to e8 makes a lot of sense, and we'll let Andrea spend some time to see if she figures out that same thing. In the meantime, knight to e4 was played in Dena's game, putting pressure on the bishop. And Dena has not moved her bishop away. Dena is disrespecting bishops. I really thought better of her. She has instead castled her king. And now computer suddenly really likes white's position, although it's not really that easy to understand why. Yeah, this kind of seems fine for Dena. I don't understand the computer's... Ooh, the computer wants to sacrifice one of the kingside pawns. And then when Dena tries to create her attack, tries to get rid of her pawn to open up for the rook along the side of the board, then her queen gets trapped. Yeah, I don't know. In general, Dena was trying to create an attack against the white king. So having this bishop point down towards the white king side was an asset for her. And even though white's knight was well positioned in the center, the computer feels like losing the bishop that was pointing up against the white king is a bigger loss than white giving up the centralized knight. We'll see how that game progresses, but now I do need to take a... No, Andrea has played. Oh, Andrea has played, and she played rook ae8. She found the move. But my bathroom break is being delayed constantly here. Which at some point we're just going to have to say that we'll let the people think about their choices. But Andrea is playing very well. Andrea is playing super well. And she has a big advantage against one of the highest rated players she's ever faced. And with the black pieces, which really has been an issue for her during this... tournament weeks. And also f3 on the board for Dena's opponent, and that was one of the good moves. And after the knight retreats, there's no way he's not taking the bishop, so this is definitely gonna happen. And Dena's in some trouble. She's 2100. I mean, I've been kind of snickering when Andrea has said that, oh no, I think I'm a 2100 in my mind. But she's playing some good chess right now. If Andrea wins this game, she's gonna be 4 points out of 5. She's gonna have more points than Vasily Ivanchuk. Oh, that is wild. After half the tournament. That's crazy. Stop, soup. Yeah, if only Ivanchuk had gotten his soup without the disturbance, maybe he would have had more points in the tournament. Interesting, yes. Bravo. It's very interesting. Andrea getting all of these points. And then she did wear something in her ears yesterday. Very interesting. We'll have to ask Kramnik what he thinks about it. Okay, the knight went, so pawn up attacks the knight went back, trade happened, and here the good move was to just bring the bishop into the game, but instead queen e5 has been played, which is also quite good. And it's making sure that there's a queen trade. One thing I will say about this Emerson guy that Dena is playing is that I noticed Emerson playing one of the earlier rounds. He had a long endgame against one of the Norwegian kids. And he played the endgame super well and got a winning position in a pawn endgame. Like, it was reasonably understandable what was going to happen, right? And then the guy just offers a draw in a winning position. So he definitely is way better than his rating, but at the same time, he does struggle with that thing where you think higher rated players are much better than you. And that's just not always the case. The reason I'm mentioning this, it's not to flame Emerson. It's really not. In fact, if anything, I'm saying he should have even more points than he does have. But I'm mentioning it because with this queen trade, he's very much signalizing that he would be happy for this to be a draw. He wants to go into a slightly better endgame to play with no risk. And that tells me that if Dena were to offer a draw at some point, he would probably accept. Now, a draw would obviously be a bad result for Dena, given that her rating is more than 300 points higher. But on the other hand, the way Emerson has been playing this tournament, he's showcased to everyone that he's way better than 1799. So sometimes if Dena gets in even more trouble than she is right now, she definitely should try and offer a draw and try to get that rating loss, but at least making sure that you avoid an even worse result. And Emerson has shown a history of accepting this. Okay, now I'm really going to the bathroom, but Andrea's opponent is still thinking, so it's looking good. It's looking good for Andrea. She's on a 97.4 accuracy so far. She's playing super well. Okay, I got the hair gel and I went crazy with it. And I'm pretty sure I got it in a line right now. Rook to a3 has been played. Apparently he voluntarily wants to move his rook over here to attack the queen. I don't really understand what's good about having the rook here. Ooh, I guess the rook could potentially protect the pawn on e3 when Andrea tries to open up against that pawn. I guess, yeah, that could be a thing. So Andrea should probably play queen to d8 now. Because she's going to be attacked by the rook anyway. And by playing queen d8 now, she gets an extra option that if the rook now attacks the pawn can move forward. But in order to create your pawn chain with your pawns protecting each other like this, you do have to move your queen away first. You can't do it in the other move order. She also, I guess, could play the bishop back, preparing to take and then open up for her rook through the center. Honestly, that's also good. I think actually Andrea only has good moves now. She's executed the right plan 2 moves in a row. And now like everything she can do is good. But her opponent is playing rather quickly considering how bad his position is. And sometimes that's a trick people will use. Like if you're in a bad position, you play extra quickly so that you try and stress out your opponent. And frankly, against Andrea, that's a very good strat. So we'll see how stressed out Andrea ends up being. She's currently thinking about her move 17, which means she has 24 moves to make before getting an additional 30 minutes. And the reason I'm mentioning this already is that she is down to 34 minutes on the clock. So time will become an issue here unless she starts speeding up. What's happening in Dena's game? Dena moved her rook back. That's very sensible. That was the number 1 move by the computer. Her opponent really wasn't hiding his intention in terms of getting a queen trade. But if he goes for the queen trade now, Dena will have this knight attacking a pawn and this rook attacking another pawn. And even though you can get out of that by pushing the pawn forward, what happens is that when the knight returns, this guy is still under attack, the bishop has to defend, and here white would be okay if not for the move h5. By attacking the white pawn, Dena makes sure that the pawn either has to trade or move forward. But in both those cases, it becomes a massive weakening of white's pawn structure. In particular, this pawn's ability to control the f5 square is lost. And after pawn to g5, Dena will go with the knight back because she's maneuvering the knight to the f5 square. And yeah, she'll get a big advantage here. Because this knight is just such a monster, attacking 2 pawns at once. It's forcing the white bishop into a very defensive stance. And then Dena can, in the meantime, get more pieces to attack in towards the central pawn. So that would be a very welcome development for Dena. Instead, her opponent should play bishop to e3 here. But then he's probably scared that Dena is going to keep the queens on the board. But Dena cannot keep the queens on the board because of bishop f4. And then the queen and the bishop work together to create checkmate threats on the black king and actually just wins the game. But that also tells me that white might consider bishop to f4 in this circumstance. But that's also a mistake because you do force the queen trade. But after the queen trade, you cannot take back with a pawn because then your bishop gets in an awkward situation where the bishop cannot move because you lose your pawn. But then again, if your bishop doesn't move, you get a very bad pawn structure. So like there's actually several endgames that could happen where Dena's knight is going to be superior to the white bishop. And in fact, bishop to f4 was played, and now Dena does have the advantage. And even though Dena is inflicted with the Andrea, everyone into the attack kind of mentality, having spent 2 straight weeks with Andrea right now, Dena really is more of a positional grinder at heart. And so the fact that her opponent has gone into this endgame, which turns out Dena, if she finds this knight to e8 move, and obviously she is going to find that, she's threatening to go pawn f6, kicking the bishop back. So her opponent is going to try to reinforce the pawn in the center, but then pawn f6 happens anyway, attacking the bishop. The bishop has to go back. Then pawn g5, attacking both the bishop and the white pawn. So white is going to have to trade, but then white opens up for the rook along the side of the board, and the bishop still has to go back, but then the knight actually pops forward. Having had to do a detour via the edge of the board, knights don't like the edge. Instead, the knight here jumping forward, attacking the pawn on c4. White can reinforce that pawn, but then the knight keeps jumping on, attacking the bishop. The bishop will have to play a defensive role, and then something with the rooks doubling along the h-file will be problematic for white. So, in short, Dena had to trade the queens, but it's not such a big problem. And she actually has the advantage in this endgame, according to the computer. And that is in no small reason due to the d4 pawn, or rather the c4 pawn, actually. So the fact that this white pawn has advanced so far means that the c pawn is unable to form a pawn chain, pawns defending each other up the board. That would give white a nice position here. But because you were so aggressive with your pawns, it's made these two pawns a lot more difficult to keep defended. And wait. Did Dena not play knight e8? Oh, damn it. Okay, knight to e8 was the only move to give black the advantage. Dena played rook g8 instead. Yeah, and now Engine just says it's pretty equal. So the reason Dena is going here is because she wants to go knight d7 to attack this bishop, and she wants to avoid the bishop capturing the black pawn. Hence, rook moves over to keep the pawn defended. But the problem for Dena is that her plan of using the knight to attack the bishop is not as effective as the computer plan to use the pawn. Because here, white doesn't even have to move the bishop. Like, essentially, what's going on is that this bishop kind of isn't under threat because of what we talked about with this d4 pawn. This white pawn in the center is the only major weakness in white's position. And for that reason, white might be very happy to to make the trade between the bishop and the knight, because after this trade, if it happens on the e5 square, the white pawn that was a big weakness is actually moved further up the board and is now easier to protect, because now we can follow up with this guy to give protection to the pawn. And we get an extra option to keep everyone protected that we didn't have previously. And now also there's no ability for the black rooks to point at this pawn to put pressure on it. So Dena is not much worse. I think the computer is saying white is better here. I'm not necessarily agreeing with that, but I will say that Dena's ability to outplay her opponent caught a bit of a hit here, because knight d7, even though the intention is to kick the bishop away, it's not clear that the bishop even has to move with the knight trying to make this trade. Okay, we'll see how it develops. In the meantime, Andrea is still thinking, which is, it's becoming an issue, because now she's down to 25 minutes. And her time is just getting lower and lower. And like, I'm loving her position. But if you get low on time, you are going to make mistakes. So she's found the right plan 2 moves in a row. And I'm guessing she's going to find the right plan now as well. But now she's found the right plan so many times that she has a sizable advantage. And now she actually needs to start prioritizing just playing a bit quicker. Okay, she plays pawn to a6. I think that's a very respectable move. The idea is that after rook to b3, the queen can go to c7 and keep this pawn defended without the knight being able to come up and disturb the queen, since now the pawn is protecting that square. So a6, I think, is a fine move. But going back to what we talked about earlier, basically every move was good for Andrea here. So she needs to play a little bit quicker. That's the main issue. She's keeping the tension in the center. Yeah, but at the same time, she didn't really have the choice to not keep the tension. If Andrea had captured the white pawn right now, then after pawn takes g5, this white pawn would attack the knight and the rook would attack the bishop. So Andrea actually wants to make the trade between the pawns because she wants to open up for her rook through the middle. It's just that she's not able to do so at the moment because she first needs to save this bishop. This bishop is relying on the pawn's protection. So for this pawn to start doing things on the other side, we first have to take care of the bishop. So one of the good moves Andrea could have played here was bishop to h7, where the idea is simply to capture here afterwards so that you open up for the rook. Which goes to show that basically any move Andrea could consider in this situation was a good one, except making the trade in the center. She could have played bishop here, preparing the trade. She could have moved the queen back, understanding that the rook was about to attack the queen and just getting the queen out of there before it even happens. What she played, a6, was fine because it prevents the white knight from moving forward. She basically had just a lot of good moves at her disposal. But we're hoping that she moves this bishop away fairly soon because making the trade between the pawns in the center and activating the rook is going to be her long-term priority. She just needs to deal with the short-term issues of the white rook pointing down against the black queen and the black pawn on the b file. Is head covering allowed? Yeah, of course it is. What do you mean? How likely is it that they will play each other this tournament? Well, it becomes decreasingly... Well, it becomes more and more unlikely. Because there's fewer and fewer rounds left in the tournament. They also need to have the same amount of points, which could happen if Andrea loses here. But I'm not sure that's a good enough reason to hope for Andrea losing. Could you get a Grandmaster norm in this kind of tournament? Yes, definitely. In order to make a Grandmaster performance, you only need to face 3 other Grandmasters. And there's like 20 of them in this tournament. So that's perfectly possible. You drinking coffee? No, I'm a tea guy. You also need to have a performance of 2,600. I'm not saying it's easy to make it one of these GM performances, but it's possible. What score would you need? You would probably need like 7 out of 9. Or 6.5 out of 9. Earl Grey. I've been switching it up a bit the last couple of days. Today I think it's Lady Grey. And yesterday it was 4 red fruits. And then the day before that it was Earl Grey. Why aren't you in the tournament? Because I'm doing commentary. Which has the benefit of that you cannot lose in commentary. Were you nervous when you first streamed? No, not really. I made my streaming debut at the end of 2017, but at that point I had already been doing chess broadcasts on Norwegian TV for 3.5 years. So I had some experience with similar stuff. Talking out of my ass, essentially. Quick move for Andrea here. Yeah. Rook to b3 attacks the queen. She's going to move the queen 1 step back. That's why she played this a6 move. To move the queen here and not get hit by the knight. Andrea, come on. This was part of your plan. Don't leave us hanging. Just move the piece. Oh, why are we spending 1 minute on the move you already planned? If you don't play queen to c7, then your a6 move was completely useless. Queen to c7 is the only move to justify your previous one. Okay, she did it. Is time delayed again? So the good news today is that the time in Andrea and Alexandra's games, we got them undelayed. But in Dena's game, they are still on a 15-minute delay. So yeah, a good news, bad news kind of situation there. Rook into the center. Dena plays h5. So Dena is essentially just hoping to jump around with her knight, hoping that the knight is going to do some confusing stuff and then maybe catch white unaware at some point. But yeah, Dena's game is going to be a long end game. Doesn't look so delayed because Andrea's clock is still ticking. Yeah, we are getting the moves like a minute and a half after they happen on the board. But that's not like the 15-minute delay. That's more of a chess players being slow, and chess software is also slow, apparently. I still really like Andrea's position. But I am concerned about her time situation. I really like her position. Andrea just... The one thing that has surprised me in this game is the pace of Andrea's opponent. Mathieu has really just... He kind of realized, I think, pretty early on that he had done something wrong and that his position wasn't that great. And when he made that realization, he also decided that I'm going to play as quickly as possible to make my opponent as stressed out as possible and try and provoke a mistake in their time scramble. And so far, that plan is working rather well. So, yeah. I see absolutely no good things about White's position. Really loving what Andrea has done so far. But it's so easy to make a mistake when you're low on time. And Andrea is definitely low on time at this stage. Come on, Belgium. Wow. I guess that's what we get for having incredibly early streams. Suddenly, the Americans are sleeping and the Belgians come into chat to cheer for their compatriots. Good morning from East US, says Hammer Nose. No way your username is actually Hammer Nose. I mean, I know my nose is big and stuffy, but I'm not sure I that deserves a username. But okay. Oh my god. The Hammer Nose user has just said, click my name, check my profile picture. Oh god, it's definitely a nose. It's not mine though, so that's good. Big and stuffy, I feel ya. Yeah, Joy, it's a struggle. Did Alexandra play? No, unfortunately not. Her opponent was a no-show. Alexandra was kind of pissed off. She wanted to play at 9 a.m. I guess that's good news. She's been playing well. She has like a 2300 performance. So I guess she's feeling good about her chess and wanted to play more. And that's why she was disappointed. Personally, I would probably celebrate not having to play at 9 a.m. But, you know, she got up early already. She wasn't able to skip her coffee or sleep in or anything like that. She did all the preparations for the game, showed up at the venue, only to be told that she wasn't going to be able to play today. Are you optimistic about Dena's position? No. But the thing about Dena's position is that oftentimes the best player just wins in the end. You sit there, you play for 5 hours, you play 60 moves each, and then the better player will just play just a little bit better overall. And then somehow you win in the end. Wasn't Dena like 2250? I mean, I feel like Dena was 2300 at some point. But yeah, I remember last year at this tournament, Dena was crushing all the grandmasters. But rumor has it she's been learning what the Botezes have complained about for a long time, which is having to play tournaments with American kids. That has affected her rating. Dena plays. What did Dena do? Rook d7? Okay, Dena's just going to move her rooks to point against this white pawn. We talked about it earlier, how this pawn is like the major weakness in white's position. White would love to move this guy backwards. Because then you would have the pawns protecting each other up the board. But because this guy is unable to be defended by the white pawns from where it stands, Dena's just gonna improve her ability to attack that pawn. Very straightforward play. Dena is playing quite quickly, and she's definitely doing it on purpose the last couple of moves, because she wants to stress out her opponent, just like Andrea's opponent is trying to stress her out. I'm guessing Dena's gonna go rook d8 pretty quick. Yeah. In other news, for the first time in quite a long while, Andrea's opponent is actually having a longer think. And basically, I've been saying that this is gonna happen for a while now. Simply because I think white's position is so bad that just finding some sort of a plan moving forward is going to be very difficult. And now Mathieu, he found this plan to try and chase the black queen back. What he has accomplished with his previous plan of pawn to a4 is that he managed to remove the pressure against the b2 pawn. And that pressure was very important because it prevented his queen from moving. So now the queen can move, but the problem is the queen still doesn't have like any good places to go. You can move the queen to d1, but it's like, what kind of a difference does that make? I don't get it. Like you're still gonna be faced with this rook coming in trying to attack down the e-file. So yeah, I'm not sure what white is trying to do, and even though this queen can now move, it's not clear to me where it would move with increased benefits of some sort. Ironically, queen to d1 is the computer's top choice. It's wild to me why the queen would be so much better placed there. I just don't get it. But this is good news for Andrea, who can now take a break from the game. She got up and started walking around. Maybe a bathroom break, something like that, getting some snacks, making sure she has enough energy for the impending time trouble she's about to have. And then when she returns and sees that her opponent still hasn't played a move, then she can sit down and start thinking about her plans moving forward. But spoiler alert, what we're looking for from Andrea is moving this bishop out of the path of the rook so that the black pawn currently tasked to defend the bishop can do other things instead. So if Andrea's opponent, let's just pretend he does nothing, then we want Andrea to move the bishop away, then make a trade in the center and open up for her rook. And then maybe afterwards we can double the rooks and have two rooks pointing down. Okay, Engine saying this is better for white just astounds me. Wow, now Engine says pawn f5 and this bishop is blocked out of the game. The Engine really doesn't care that white has no dark square protection whatsoever. Okay. So apparently here the best move is to go bishop e4, because now if f5 the bishop is not trapped. That's wild to me. Okay, so apparently the position is still super complicated, but at least her opponent realizes it's super complicated and decided to take some time to think. And the lower he gets on time, the better. Dena's game is progressing quite quickly. Another rook has come into the center to try and protect the d4 pawn. And here Dena has played knight to e8. So Dena's just chilling. She's getting ready to play the pawn up to kick the bishop. The problem with playing the pawn up and kicking the bishop is that your only good square for your knight is to move it to d6. So probably Dena is going to have to allow the trade between the bishop and the knight. But she's arguing that that trade happening on her terms is going to be okay for her. So I guess Dena's looking for something like this, and then after the trade, she'll still have this pressure in towards the d4 pawn. Although here the king comes forward to defend the pawn. Yeah, I don't know, Dena. The problem with moving the knight to this square right now is that you're never going to be able to chase this bishop off this diagonal, which means that your only way of getting the knight back into play is going to allow white to make a trade. And Dena's basically been spending all of this time trying to avoid trades. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Dena to win this game, but I think she's just playing quickly to try and put pressure on her opponent. Ooh, but her opponent actually moves actively forward with her kingside pawns. That's a great move. That's a really good move. G4, not just waiting to see if Dena manages to create an attack against the white central pawns. Now white is actively trying to move these pawns forward, trying to get a new queen on the queen side. And also kind of causing a bit of a distraction. Very often the mistake the lower rated player does is that you just sit tight and you hope to make a draw long term. But if you allow a stronger opponent to gradually improve their position, you're often going to find yourself at the moment where you made no progress and your opponent just gradually got better and better and better. And then you end up in trouble at the end. But here, Emerson, he's not allowing that to happen. And he's saying, I'm here too. I'm having plans of my own. And I'm going to push my pawns forward. Now, it would be very interesting if Dena moves the knight back, because then she has this pressure against the pawn. And after the trade, white could technically take this pawn, but then you would be concerned about another pawn on the side of the board. And it's not clear here that having this h-pawn is to white's favor, because that pawn could easily become a target for the black rooks. And if Dena here goes back, like she just went with a knight to e8, and if she returns, the idea would be to try and provoke white into pushing the pawn further forward, because now there's no chance for white ever having control of the f5 square again. And Dena would then try to somehow get her knight to that square. It just, it's not that easy to make happen, but she would try to make it work somehow. Yeah, actually, it's just never going to happen, is it? Anytime this knight tries to get into the game, it's just going to be captured. Yeah, I don't know. Dena's opponent is playing pretty well. It's going to be very difficult for her to win this game. What's wrong with playing against American kids? So in the US, richest country in the world, they can't afford to rate the tournaments in the World Chess Federation rating. And what happens then is that a lot of the kids become much better players, but since they never play in a FIDE rated event, their FIDE rating doesn't stick with their it doesn't really showcase their true strength, because they don't play the tournaments where their rating increases as their strength increases. And as a result of that, a lot of them have lower ratings than they maybe should have. And then when Dena comes to play against them, in one of the few FIDE rated events that exist, then the kids see that juicy rating and they take it off Dena, essentially. Can you correct Dena's rating? I must admit, when I put Dena's rating up here, I did basically freestyle it. I'll make the correction. They're little smurfs, essentially, yeah. Smurfing. What the heck just happened in Dena's game? C5. Ooh, that's a big move. Dena sacrifices the pawn on the edge of the board, because if that pawn is captured, she can chase away the bishop, and when the bishop retreats, Dena will be able to win the white pawn in the center. And this is just super good for black. So white is going to have to bring the king in, because white does not have the ability to capture the black pawn, because then you just don't have enough defense with the 2 black rooks pointing down on the white rooks. So Dena's opponent is going to play king e3, but that's a really good move though, because then the king is defending the pawn and the rook at the same time. So now white would be threatening pawn takes pawn. Engine says pawn up, attacks the bishop retreats, takes. Ooh, and we're gonna have a massive trade here. Takes. Ooh, we're kind of getting into this kind of situation, but that's not, it doesn't look super good for Dena, because the white king is so active. And yes, the knight is a more flexible piece than the bishop. This bishop can only attack dark squares, whereas the knight can jump around and attack both dark squares and the light squares, which essentially means that the knight can attack double the amount of squares on the board compared to the white bishop. The only limitation is that the knight can't jump around freely, partly because of this bishop's ability to just have those very long diagonals preventing the opponent's plans. I'm surprised Dena played c5 so quickly, because by playing c5, now black cannot avoid rook trades. And the rook trades are kind of scary. And I would have thought that you needed more time to calculate the consequences of the rooks now leaving the board. Okay, we'll see what happens. Andrea's opponent is still thinking. That's a very good sign. He's been thinking for 20 minutes now. Would it make sense for Mathieu to offer a draw in this position? And would it make sense to accept the draw for Andrea? I mean, from a learning perspective, then offering a draw never makes sense, right? But if you're all about the short-term maximizing results, then draw offers could be a good thing. Personally, I mean, I think Mathieu definitely feels like he should be able to beat Andrea even if his position is bad. So I think a draw offer from him does not make sense at all. It's still like fairly complicated, and it's not super obvious how Andrea is going to win. Like, it would be different if Andrea had an extra pawn, right? But then with an extra pawn, Andrea would never accept the draw offer anyway. So then it would be kind of not really a question you even need to ask yourself. If Andrea got a draw offer in this position, should she accept? I think a draw with the black pieces would be a great result for her. I think if she were to decline the draw offer, she's more likely to lose than to win. Even though she has a good position, because in time scrambles, you're going to make mistakes. And the difference in the level will showcase itself more. But from a learning perspective, learning to play under pressure, learning to have the mentality of, I'm going to beat this 2170. I'm not scared of a 2170. From that perspective, I think it would make sense to decline the draw. So it becomes a short-term versus a long-term kind of thing. If Andrea wants to catch Alexandra, the experience of learning to be unafraid of opponents 400 points higher rated is much more valuable than the 10 rating points extra she might get if she had lost the game instead of accepting a draw. And that's only an if, right? If she declines a draw, you're not even sure she's gonna lose, because frankly, that's gonna intimidate her opponent so much. Your opponents get scared when you decline their draw offers. That's how it works. So it depends on how many tournaments they're planning to play in the next year. If they're planning to play a lot of tournaments, I think Andrea definitely should decline the draw offer, because then the experience of playing this complicated position against a higher rated opponent is going to be more valuable to her than the rating points. But if this is going to be like one of very few games she plays, then maybe the short-term win of the rating points would be more valuable. I have a very easy way of considering these kind of the psychology of draw offers, because we could just say draw offers are not allowed, and then we don't have to worry about this whole question. But apparently the world is not ready yet to ban the draw offer. I've been saying the draw offer should be banned for almost 10 years. But we're not there just yet. Anna said her opponent offered her a draw and it tilted her. Which game? If Andrea goes 4 out of 5, will she get like one of the top seeds, a Grandmaster or something? If Andrea goes 4 out of 5, there's like a 10 to 20% chance she would face Ivanchuk, I think. Like, she could get like a world famous Grandmaster. Content? Yeah, no, for content, it would be pretty nice if Andrea could keep winning. That would be content. To be fair, I also think that Alexandra analyzing her French game for an hour and a half with Ivanchuk, only stopped by the stop soup, that was also pretty good. It was content even though we didn't see it happen. Just hearing about it having happened was pretty good. Could you go through the moves from the beginning? Craig, someone in chat, if you're very nice, they will give you the link to the game. If maybe one of the commands maybe has the link. Emerson played King E3. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Dena. I feel like Dena rushed into this trading the rooks thing. I'm not sure she has this under control. Andrea has a chance to go 4 out of 4. 4 out of 5, but it's still very good. Bensaya is in chat. Bensaya, how would you feel again about preparing for Ivanchuk? Would Andrea still play the Jabava London against Ivanchuk? Who are we kidding? Okay, a move was made. Bishop to f3. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark happening. A big mistake. And it's actually, it makes sense to me why this is a mistake. So the move now for Andrea is pawn to g4. And you remember how we talked about the issues of this rook pointing down on this bishop and how we maybe wanted to move the bishop back to avoid these threats? That's kind of the thinking behind this g4 move. Pawn to g4 not only pushes the white bishop back, but it also means that we no longer have to be concerned about the rook's ability to try and attack the bishop, which means we now can make the trade between the pawns in the center, which will open up for our rook to attack. And then white has to take with the knight because they need to open up for their rook to defend along the third rank. And then after takes, okay, if we get here, that would already be great. But the computer actually has an incredible move here for black to get a winning advantage. And that move is pawn to b5. And then you're being very aggressive with your queenside pawns. And if white chooses to take out this pawn, then you lose your protection along the third rank, allowing the black rook to come in and create a lot of trouble. So pawn to g4, I think, makes a lot of sense. If Andrea captures in the center first, then she will allow this white bishop to come up and attack in towards the black king. And it makes sense that you don't want your opponent's bishop to attack the king. Also, then the bishop will attack this pawn together with the rook. No, actually, I'm convinced. Pawn to g4. Andrea is definitely going to find this move. And after pawn to g4, black is essentially just winning, I think. Because white then kind of wasted moving the bishop back and forth. One of the recommended moves from the computer was to capture and then go bishop f3, because then you have the immediate attack on the pawn and you cannot be chased away immediately. But because the trade didn't happen, after bishop f3, g4, there's no attack on the b7 pawn because of the pawn that's in the way. No, she's definitely playing g4 and she's going to have a fantastic position. Also, her opponent spent 29 minutes and 37 seconds on this move, which means Andrea is actually ahead on time right now. So it took way longer than I was saying, but very early on, I don't know if you remember, but like hereabouts, I was saying, no, actually when he played a4, here I said that white was going to take a ton of time on the next couple of moves because the white position is so difficult to play and it's difficult to find any good plan. Now, he played a4 reasonably quickly, and that was even the computer's top choice. So kudos to him for finding that idea. But it caught up to him that his pieces just doesn't have any good squares. This pawn is blocking his bishop. It's also blocking the knight. This rook is kind of awkward because it's not really doing anything. And the queen is passive. And so the problem with all of these pieces caught up with him, and he spent 30 minutes for an entire move. No, Andrea didn't find g4. Yeah. She made a bad move. And now we go from black having a massive advantage to white having an advantage. Andrea, unfortunately, made quite a classic mistake here, in that very often you're like, oh, I'm using my bishop to attack a rook, then my opponent has to move the rook. But here, Andrea's opponent can just sacrifice. Oh, he blundered as well. He made a mistake in return. Andrea's opponent could have just sacrificed his rook. Because if this rook gets captured, then suddenly the white rook gets into the game, captures a pawn. He also captured a pawn here, and then you get to capture a pawn here. And at the end of all of this, then white has a bishop and 2 pawns for a rook, which is a decent deal. But in addition, notice how white's pieces are way more active now than they were, right? This has really released the energy in white's pieces. But he made the same mistake as Andrea did, to just think, oh, a rook is attacked by a bishop, I must move the rook. That being said, this bishop is still very misplaced. The only acceptable move for Andrea now is pawn to g4. Otherwise, she's just much worse. Because essentially, she's kind of getting her own bishop trapped. And if you're going to play g4 now, then you should have played it 1 move earlier. Because now if g4, her opponent can even try and trade bishops, which is not a favorable trade, because then you lose your bishop pair. And here the computer's saying the best move is to move the bishop all the way back. But then the question becomes, well, if you had played g4 here, then now it would be your turn instead of you having to move your bishop back. So essentially, by playing bishop to d3, she gave her opponent an opportunity to make a good sacrifice. And even when he didn't understand the power of the sacrifice, she still has to play just an inferior version of what she should have done on the previous move. And if Andrea is not careful now, like if she trades in the center, then the knight comes up and she allows the bishop to point in here, but also the rook attacks the bishop and the rook attacks the pawn. So I have no... The thing about this bishop d3 move, it's like, what was her plan? What was her follow-up? Because her opponent didn't even play the right plan, the right move. But even then, now the only acceptable play is to go g4. And then she could have just done that on the previous move. In fact, this bishop is very poorly placed here, because you always have to be concerned about the black rook having some kind of attack in towards the bishop. And if you go with the rook to try and protect this pawn passively, which already doesn't feel great, but then pawn to e4 and the rook comes up and the bishop is trapped. So like, number one, this was a bad move because white could sacrifice the rook. But number two, even when white doesn't sacrifice the rook, this is actually a horrible move because now your bishop is about to be trapped. And if you move the bishop back, then the trade happens and white manages to open the attack against the b7 pawn. So the reason I get very critical in certain moments, and to me, like, making a bad move, that happens. Everyone does it. I make bad moves all the time. But making a bad move with just flawed logic and there's nothing at all good about it, and it's like bad for several different reasons, that's a bigger problem than blundering a piece, right? Because blundering a piece, everyone does it. But here, moving the bishop here and then not having a plan for when the rook just moves away and having to play the move that you should have played previously, only with the bishop in a worse position. That's just not good. This is kind of reminding me of Alexandra's King B1 move yesterday, which Alexandra also immediately said after the game, oh, that was one of her big regrets. Because you're not only are you kind of wasting a move with your bishop, you're actively placing your piece on a worse square, which is causing you more issues in the future, either with this rook attacking or this pawn making sure that the bishop cannot get back. And I'm very confused what move Andrea was expecting. Because Mathieu, he played the... He didn't play the best move, but he played the most obvious moving the rook out of the way move. And she didn't have a follow-up ready. So this is kind of like Andrea the day before yesterday when she made a quick decision to make a trade in the center, allowing her opponent to activate the knight, but then she thought for like 25 minutes on the next move. And she didn't have the plan ready, despite the opponent only having one kind of acceptable move. And this is also kind of similar to that, because she moved the bishop in to attack the rook, but the fact that she's now thinking for such a long time tells us that she didn't really have a plan with that move. She just wanted to make a threat. Maybe she thought this pawn was undefended. I don't know. Look at Dena. Okay, what happened in Dena's game? There's been a... So f6 pushed the bishop back. The bishop had to retreat. Trade in the center. Now the rooks are coming off the board. Dena plays e5. Encouraging the rook trade, but getting the rook trade in such a way that she gets her king higher up on the board. No, but she also made the trade between the pawns, because, yeah, it's kind of scary, because suddenly the white pawn just captures black's pawn, and then you're down a pawn for no good reason. So she made the trade, and then she went e5, and now the rooks are coming off. Computer prefers white, but honestly, this could still go either way. I can see a lot of scenarios where Dena wins this. For instance, if her opponent now just pushes the pawns up on the queen side, then this move f5 seems kind of sneaky to me. And after the trade, you get your black king in a very active position. And you'll get the knight up to support, and you'll use the knight to try and kick back the king and gradually improve your pawn. Although here, there could be an issue with the bishop being that good long-range piece to try and make attacks down towards the black queenside pawns. And then you could be... I'm just going to make some moves on the board. Yeah, but here Dena makes it back in time, I think. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a very tricky endgame. It's still a very tricky endgame. Somehow, white ended up winning this because there's no way for this knight to actually stop the pawn, which is quite unexpected. But the what I'm trying to convey is that this endgame that we have on the board can still be won and lost. So there's definitely still chances to win it for Dena. Ooh, and king to e4 was not a good move from white, because Dena easily parries the possibilities for the white king to proceed further forward, and now this king is just going to get checked by the knight. And the knight wanted to go here in many circumstances anywhere, and now Dena just gets that for free because it's going to be a check on the king. So yeah, that was already an inaccurate move, and Dena has chances with the knight. The flexibility of the knight, as opposed to the bishop that can only attack dark squares. In general, what a lot of people... I saw a thread on Reddit, which I think is very accurate, about something similar to this, that grandmasters prefer the bishop because objectively the bishop is better in very many circumstances, but using the bishop to its maximum effect is very skill based, and for most players it's going to be way more easy to jump around with the knight, causing problems with that one. And so even though the computer is saying white has actually quite a significant advantage in Dena's game, I think Dena has good chances to win because of the unpredictability of the knight. For instance, here, if Dena goes pawn to g6, then the only move for white not to be worse is pawn to h5. But then you're allowing black to have two pawns next to each other, protecting each other as they advance up the board. Like, no human will allow this with black. Well, no human will allow this with white, to allow black having these pawns. But apparently it's good for white, even though it makes no sense from for a real person. So I'm expecting Dena to go g6 now, and I do think she's going to win this game. Andrea under 10 minutes? Yeah. No, she just made a rushed move. But she also needed to play quicker, so you can't really criticize her for playing a quick move, but the move just had no follow-up plan. And now that she's thinking about... This is actually going to be exactly like that e takes d6 move she had in a previous game. Maybe it was the previous round even, right? The one she won? No, it was the morning round, maybe. Anyway, she's gonna end up, I think now, playing the correct move. But then, because she also played the correct move h3 in that other situation. So she found the right move, but she found it one move too late. And she had played first a quick move and then a slow move. And if she had just then spent equal amount of times as she did on the second move of the plan when she had to readjust, then she would have had a much bigger advantage than when she made the quick move first and then started thinking. Okay, that became very unclear, but what I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's better to spend time thinking, because if you make a mistake and then spend lots of time trying to correct your mistake, it would have been better to just invest the time in not making the mistake in the first place, and that's also gonna give you a better position. She'll move the knight back. I don't think she's gonna move the knight back. I think either... No, because now if she moves the bishop, she's gonna lose. I don't see how she doesn't play g4, because she needs to stop this bishop's threats towards the b7 pawn. So g4 just makes perfect sense, and it made perfect sense on the previous move as well. And black is still better after g4, it's just that black is not winning, which was the case if you had done this a move earlier. Is Andrea good under time pressure? Honestly, yeah. She's decent, no? Okay, g4 has been played. Had she played it one move earlier, she would have had a winning position. Now it's slightly better for black. 15 minutes late. It's not even 15 minutes late. It's just that if she was going to spend so much time thinking on this move, she should have spent the time thinking on the previous move and played g4 there under favorable circumstances. Because the only thing that happened in the meantime is that she put her bishop on an exposed square, and she also allowed white to have more ways of defending the e-pawn, which is a pawn we wanted to target with our rook. So including this bishop move just improved white's position. And I'm guessing Andrea understands that fact now. It's just under the heat of battle, she wanted to attack the rook. Bishop d3 is the only bad move Andrea has played this game, which is already pretty decent. When you make your first mistake on move 19, it's not the end of the world. That's a pretty good game. What move is Dena's game on? Dena's on move 35. And her opponent is in massive time pressure. So Dena's kind of trying to punish him in before move 40. Does she get extra time? Yeah, she does on move 40. But the problem is it's not so much that Dena gets extra time, it's that her opponent gets it. So Dena would love for move 40 to be way further out, because she's the one trying to utilize the clock as a weapon and try and provoke a mistake when he's low. Mathieu played, yeah, he played bishop d1. And now second best move in the position is moving the bishop back. Wow. Bishop f5, now number 2 move. Which kind of just illustrates the mistake. Oh, now it's number 1. Bishop f5, number 1 move here. And Andrea could have had this position with if she had just pushed the pawn up earlier. When can white play e4 and should he? Well, right now, pawn to e4 is a threat. And that's part of the reason why we're so unhappy about Andrea moving the bishop to d3. Because right now, if she just supports her pawn, we're very scared that this bishop is just going to get trapped by the white rook. Andrea probably needs to do something now to make sure that she can secure her bishop's placement. I'm thinking should take on d5, but the problem with that is that after all of these trades, now the bishop is under attack from the rook and the pawn is under attack from the bishop. Although I suppose she could do something like this. And here black is winning. Like, strategically, Andrea's position is very, very, very good. It's just that her time situation is not great, and a lot of the moves she needs to make now is kind of admitting that she made a mistake moving this guy in, because she often has to move him back to keep this guy protected. So Andrea's problems now is more of a psychological one than a chess one, because in chess terms her position is good. Andrea just sacrificed a piece. Well, then strategically her position is not good anymore. Long-term chances, not great when you lose a bishop. But she's trying to advance her pawns in the center. So obviously Mathieu is going to take back. And then pawn takes, attacks the knight. If the knight moves back to d2, then computer actually likes Andrea's sacrifice. Something like this, computer says black is almost winning. So this is the kind of thing Andrea is definitely hoping for. But the problem is, instead of moving back, the knight can move forward, and then the knights are working together to attack the d5 pawn. But I guess Andrea could just defend it. And then if queen d2 to improve this pressure, then once again, computer says this is winning. Because white's pieces are just so poorly coordinated. This knight will have to go back, then the rook comes in, attacks the queen will have to step away. And here pawn to d3, that's wild. Pawn to d3, just allowing that pawn to be captured, but then the queen comes in, check on the king, and if the king tries to hide, then suddenly the queen comes in together with the rook for checkmate. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. It's not super bad. Andrea is definitely inspired by the game she had in Prague, where she also sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns and started moving her pawns forward. And then it was an absolutely brilliant sacrifice. Here, it's not equally brilliant, but it definitely puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. One of my concerns is that objectively, white is now a lot better. So that's a concern that maybe last time she made the sacrifice, it was actually good. And now it's not good with correct play. But how often is your opponent going to play correctly? Not that often. So that doesn't need to be a big issue in and of itself. But this guy is also better than the previous guy, right? The last time she made the sacrifice, I think it was against Otto in Prague. And Otto, while a decent player, he was like 1975. And Mathieu is 2175. And he's just a lot better. So that means he has the better skill set to deal with this kind of aggression. Board update, please. I mean, the board is... I'm inputting the moves as they happen on the screen in Reykjavik. If you're asking chess.com to update the board, you're gonna have to talk to them. I can't control that. If you want the current position as it stands on chess.com, this is it. And here we've lost out on both the pawn moving up and the bishop capturing. The board is lagging behind in the action. Oh, and the Emerson clock is also at 0? Yeah, I can't fix that, guys. On my end, it shows... I don't know what to tell you. This is... Oh, now I gotta make all the moves that happened. Are you saying that my internet is malfunctioning? Because I'm still talking to you guys. Why did Alexandra's opponent not show? We don't know, Cactus. I'll try to do that, Captain. Dena's opponent still needs to make another 3 moves before he gets an additional 30 minutes. But something is wrong with the clocks. Obviously, he doesn't have 0. Otherwise, Dena would point out that he has lost on time. Okay. This is what you get. This is the reward for chat making their complaints known. Andrea blundered? I mean, according to chess.com, yes. According to Andrea, she has sacrificed a piece for tremendous compensation. And according to Hammer, she blundered. No, it was a very bad move, but like strategically she was winning. So like it made no sense making the sacrifice because now she loses control of the light squares and like she was already in a really, really good spot. So it was just an unnecessary sacrifice because remember how we talked about, this is actually quite a good point I have here. Remember how we talked about this pawn was actually quite bad for white because it was blocking both the knight and the bishop? By making her sacrifice, Andrea has actively helped the worst white piece on the board become the most important. Here, this knight is not really doing anything. It's just defending, not helping out at all. But by sacrificing her bishop, Andrea has allowed this knight to become a monster. And obviously she was thinking that she would kick the knight away thereafter. But one of the moves being suggested by the computer is that white just makes a counter sacrifice now. Takes on d5, and then the queen comes out, attacks the knight, attacks the pawn behind the knight. And then if we get to some situation like this, look at the difference between this knight ready to keep pouncing on the black pawns compared to the knight that didn't really have anywhere to go on d2. So part of the problem here is that even if Andrea's opponent chooses not to accept the sacrifice and just gives back the piece immediately, this is also just a massive advantage for white. So if you're going to sacrifice a piece, you better at least make sure that they can't just give back the piece with a superior position afterwards. He looks flustered. No, I mean, it was definitely an unexpected move from Andrea. But sometimes if you weren't expecting something, it was probably because it wasn't supposed to happen. And this sacrifice was not supposed to happen. He does play. This is actually, I think this is a good thing though. Oh, she didn't do that. Mathieu plays knight b6, which is, this increases the likelihood of Andrea's sacrifice working out, in my opinion. So now if Andrea goes queen to c6, which I assume she's going to do to keep this pawn protected, now the only acceptable move for white is pawn to a5, which is not obvious. Yeah, that's game over. Yeah. She gave away everything that could control the light squares. And now after knight to d5, I don't know, maybe a trade. Like the problem here is that Andrea has absolutely no way of regaining control of this square and 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 this square. And you see what all of these squares have in common? They're all light squares. She sacrificed her light squared bishop, and then she didn't make any attempt at controlling the light squares afterwards. And then, yeah. And the white knight got into a better position, and yeah. She wanted to look good for you, chat. She wanted to make a big sacrifice and get chat's amazement and chat's approval. But in trying to be cool, she just gave away her bishop for no reason. And now it's just over. Unfortunately, that sacrifice didn't make sense. I don't know if that's entirely true though. Because had she gone queen c6 here, one of the logical ways for white to try and play here is queen to d2 and increase the pressure against the d5 pawn. And here black is winning after d4. So saying that the sacrifice made no sense is just plain wrong. But the way she followed it up and didn't try to prevent white from gaining control of the light squares after having given away her light squared bishop, that was definitely wrong. You're not playing the best moves? Well, that's because humans rarely do play the best moves. In this situation, I'm playing queen d2, which is the most logical move. And logical moves have a high probability that that's what her opponent would have done. And pawn to a5, even though it's the computer's recommended move, it's a really, really tricky one to understand why that is important to do in this circumstance. I mean, I can't prove it because it didn't happen, but pawn to a5 would not have been played. And so Andrea's bishop sacrifice was definitely wrong, but had she played queen c6, it would have, even though it was wrong, it still would have been very, very interesting and exciting. Okay, but the way it happened, the knight comes up to to d5. Queen c6 played. Trade between the knights. And then bishop takes this pawn, which is another reason we kind of wanted our bishop to remain on the f5 square. And now white is threatening bishop f3 to attack the queen. Andrea captures the white pawn. This pawn cannot be recaptured because then the bishop will come in to point down towards the white king. But instead, white's intention is to control the light squares. So he's going to go bishop f3, attacking the queen. And when the queen steps back, the knight will come in. And the knight is just incredibly beautifully placed on this d5 square. It's impossible to chase away. The knight is also making threats in 3 different directions. And then you're just going to trade. And now you can take the pawn because there's no more bishop. Yeah, it was a very interesting game. And Andrea was much better. Much, much better. But she got low on time and made a bad decision, and then everything fell apart in 10 minutes. Not the play with such a low time and many moves to 40. I don't necessarily agree with that, because when you're low on time, like your opponent was also low on time. Oh God, bishop d7. I didn't even see that. That's an attack on both the queen and the rook. And ironically, this was actually a worse move by Andrea's opponent, because now Andrea at least is going to have some light squared control. After queen back takes, like, if her opponent makes a mistake here, she could have chances again. Like knight c4, e2. Okay, it's a bit of a stretch, but like, oh. It's a bit of a stretch, but here she's checkmating her opponent. So that would be nice. It actually would have been better for him not to take the rook, just because then all his pieces would be so well placed in the center. Any chance is still a chance. It's not a big chance, but she might as well. Still 0% King's Indian win rate. Yeah, Andrea's black score has been pretty bad, but like this game, it reminds me very much of the game against Otto, where Andrea played brilliantly but lost in the end. And it's like, she's getting good positions. It's just probably accidental that she's converting her white games and not converting her black games. Do you know how much time they have left? No, the board stopped working. We haven't gotten any new moves or times from the board in a while. What? Why are we not improving our rook to offer more protection to the pawn? And giving up control of the important d5 square? Okay, she was gonna lose anyway, but queen takes bishop is very strange. She's just out of it. She's on tilt now. Yeah, that makes sense. Scared of rook to e3? No, she wouldn't be scared of that. Obviously, she's going to see the bishop pointing in on the king. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. She was going to lose no matter what. What has happened in Dena's game? Dena retreated the knight. Her opponent retreated the bishop. Dena also played a6 at some point. Surprisingly, computer is saying that if Dena doesn't play f5 now, she might be in big trouble. But Dena doesn't really want to play f5 because then it makes it easier for her opponent to potentially get the bishop in to attack the central pawn later on. On the other hand, if she does play f5, her potential for catching the white h-pawn is definitely there. So I guess she's going to find this move. Basically just to activate her knight. She plays knight c6. Dena's opponent can just rush the queenside pawns now. Computer is saying she's in trouble. On Andrea's board, knight to d5 attacks the bishop. The bishop moves. The knight takes the pawn. And at this point, Andrea's down a rook. So there's not really any hope, unfortunately. Ah, I guess this is why she moved her queen here. Now she's capturing a pawn. But there's limits to how much consolation that's going to be. He can still make a mistake. Yeah, Andrea is definitely not resigning because she remembers what happened in Prague. Her position was completely hopeless, and then out of nowhere, her opponent makes a huge blunder and loses the rook. So I would expect her to play on. As long as she has just one piece pointing in against the opponent's king, she's going to continue. And the fact that he's spending like 2 minutes on his moves means that you're not being rude. If your opponent feels like the position is so difficult, he has to spend 2 minutes for a single move, then you're fine. Both girls losing. I don't know if Dena's losing, but she's not winning. White has a very nice and easy plan of just advancing the pawns on the queen side. That's very difficult for Dena to deal with. Apparently Dena has kind of a clever plan here to go knight h6. And then this is a draw, I think. Ooh, and the Bobby Fischer, searching for Bobby Fischer finish. Could happen. But yeah, no, white should go here instead, and then it's a draw. But it's not a good sign when Dena only has like one sneaky maneuver to make a draw. Especially seeing as how she's kind of trying to win. She played knight d4. Yeah. I don't know what Dena's doing for the last 2 moves, but I know what White's doing. White is just moving the pawns up on the queen side And now Dena is in massive trouble. She really shouldn't have allowed white to just easily progress the position on the queen side. And the white moves are kind of playing themselves. Rook e8 on Andrea's board. Rook e8, king h2, queen b5. I mean, at some point you should probably just take this, right? Ooh, actually, yeah, this might be one of the worst moments to take it, but it's still good enough. Actually, here, Andrea has serious drawing chances. So her opponent really wants to get rid of this bishop, and often your instinct is just using the knight for that. No, the rook for that. But can't really do that here. Queen d1 is good though. Queen d1, you can move the queen up into the attack and you protect your rook, and the rook protects the knight, and everything's okay. Dena, knight to b3 is great. I mean, knight to b3 I think loses instantly after bishop e3. And then the bishop controls all the squares the knight wants to go to, and the knight is trapped. Yeah, actually Dena's just lost now. When I let the computer just sit and think about it, the more the computer thought, the more it hated white's position. No, sorry, black's position. Queen d2 played. That's gonna do the trick. Are they allowed to wear earphones at this tournament? No. Andrea was wearing earbuds yesterday. No, not earbuds. What's it called? Air plugs to like shut down ambient noise, but not a headset where you can like listen to other things. The problem with these conversations is that you guys are learning my pronunciation issues. And they're just, ooh, knight c4. That's a classy move. Classy move alert. The knight attacking the queen while the rook simultaneously attacks the black rook. Andrea was already down a rook and now she's losing another one. That's not great. Ah, no, she's not losing another one. She keeps it protected. Ah, although knight here, double attack, fork. She saved it for a move. But there it goes. Why not trading queens? Because if Andrea took the queen, if white recaptures, then Andrea wins because she wins back the rook and she has all these pawns that can become new queens. But the problem with queen takes queen is that instead of recapturing the black queen, white will capture the black rook and say check on the king. And you have to prioritize moving out of the check, and then the queen is captured. And then white has 2 rooks extra. So maybe queen trade was better in case he had like a brain fart and recaptured the queen like automatically. But now what's happening is that Andrea lost her queen and she gets to give a check on the opposing king, but the king just moves out. And that's it. Rook e5, Hail Mary. The problem is that white can even just take the bishop and you don't even have a checkmate. She got the spite check. Okay, Andrea, it's time to resign. Seriously, you're down a queen. I mean, you guys are discussing whether it's too late to resign when, like, you guys wanted the guy yesterday in Andrea's game to resign when he was down a pawn. But a pawn, I think, is not enough to resign. A rook, maybe. 2 rooks, definitely. But a full queen? I don't know. A full queen, it might be time. Is it bad manners not to resign? We've had this discussion a couple of times already this tournament. Mostly I've said it's never a bad form not to resign. It's your game, you can do what you want. But when you're down a queen, that really does test even my patience. More play time equals more stream time. That's one way of putting it. Two queens would be worse. Yeah. Wow. Andrea has managed to give herself another 2-3 spite checks. This is actually rather impressive. The number of spite checks she's managing. Rook comes in, that's 1. Pawn comes in, that's 2. If the king moves up, the pawn can come in for 3. If the king moves back, then the rook can do another 2. But if the king moves up here, then you have no more checks. Sepper wants me to remind everyone that this is not the last game of the day. Of course, I don't care if you show up for the next one, but apparently Sepper does, so to honor him, I will tell you guys that the next game starts. I'll talk about it after we talk about the fact that Andrea just resigned. What was the defining moment? She decided to go h5, threatening rook here, checkmate. And the guy, instead of going for the checkmate with the knight and the queen against the king, he just went with the knight to defend. And then Andrea resigned. So apparently the threshold for resigning is a queen and a knight and an undefended king. Andrea, understandable that she's going to be disappointed about this game, because she had a big advantage, but she made 2-3 mistakes in a row when she was really low on time, and making a mistake at this level, you just get so severely punished for it, and she could never recover after giving up control of the light squares. No 4 out of 5. The good news is that now both sisters are on the same number of points. And actually, because Alexandra's opponent didn't show for this game, I don't think Alexandra's game is going to count as a black game. And that increases the likelihood of them being paired against each other in the next one. So there's a chance. There's a chance that we could get a Botez versus Botez this afternoon. And if you're interested in catching that, it's going to start in 3 hours and 13 minutes. That's 4 p.m. local time in Reykjavik. It's 5 p.m. Oslo time, Central European. It's noon Eastern and 9 a.m. Pacific. Botez versus Kremling would also be interesting. Let's check out, actually. With both sisters on the same amount of points, it could be interesting figuring out who is on that same score. Dena, if she loses, which it kind of looks like she's gonna lose. Dena, if she saves this, is going to be on... if Dena saves it, she's going to be on 3 as well. White has 1 winning move, but unfortunately that winning move is very obvious because White wants to stop the knight from doing a double attack on the king and on the pawn. So, Bishop e1, winning move, probably gonna happen, and Dena will in that case remain on 2.5 points. We have who's the other people we care about? Anna Kemling. If Anna wins, then she will be on 3 points. Who are the other persons of interest? Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk is having a terrible tournament so far. But he's on 3.5. Legitimately, if Andrea had won her game, it would be a reasonable chance she plays against Ivanchuk. Bishop e1 is on the board. Yeah, Dena's in big trouble. Let me check if Andrea is coming. Anamaya is on... let me see if I can find her. Anamaya is on 2.5, but she's playing a lower rated, so she'll probably go to 3.5. Lula is on 1 point, so that's not going to happen. Chessbird from Canada, he's on 2.5. So if he makes a draw against a 2,300 15-year-old, I guess that's not super likely. Bodana, the 8-year-old from England, the new sensation. She's on 2 points, and if she wins, she's going to be on 3. And she's in the right rating bracket for Andrea to play against. She's 2,088, and that's very close to the rating Andrea has been facing in this tournament. So Andrea could get the 8-year-old. that would be content. I mean, I'm guessing Andrea is not hoping that's gonna happen, but she has been facing a lot of old gentlemen. It would be poetic justice for her to have to play an 8-year-old girl. Sepper, I'm still trying to get hold of Andrea. Let's try another couple of minutes. Knight h6 was the only move not to lose immediately. And the idea for Dena is to try and maneuver the knight to the f6 square so that she can attack both the king and the pawn. That makes a lot of sense. And now if pawn to b5, somehow this is a draw. This doesn't look like a draw to me. Ah, that's sneaky. Okay, so Dena has some kind of defensive ideas where her knight gets back just in time and has this fork to prevent the white pawn from becoming a new queen. So Dena still has chances to save herself, but it's going to be a struggle. We're going to be raiding Dena's channel to see whether she's able to survive this tricky endgame. I'm going to make one last attempt to try and lure... yes.
Over.
Hello.
Hi, Emmer. I'm here with Matthew, right? We're gonna analyze together. Even though I was quite pissed about my blunder, but Matthew was a nice lad, and we should probably analyze. Can we? Oh, I just realized I won't be able to see the board because I don't have a phone. Let me grab my laptop. Hang on. 1 second. I have a laptop right here. Okay. Then we can, actually we could just do an online analysis. That's probably easier.
Did she really call him Matthew? He probably called himself Matthew, right? I have no sound on you right now, Andrea. Well, she just needs to... I think she switched to her computer for Discord, and she just needs to figure out how the computer microphone works.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have the stream pulled up, and we have my lovely opponent, who was very polite. I was 10 minutes late, and he didn't start the clock until I sat down, so he was a
That's
gentleman.
very sweet. And against such a sweet boy, you decided to play on with a queen less?
Well, I thought there was a chance he'd fall for checkmate.
You thought so, did you?
I thought maybe, I could trick him, but okay, I resigned after he saw it. But, there was a chance.
There's always a chance, Andrea.
Yes. We'll never resign, okay? Yesterday, board 1 played until checkmate, so I have no excuse to not.
Yeah, and it kind of worked for you in Prague, right?
Playing till checkmate, yes, exactly.
The guy blundered the rook.
All right, show us the... Also, I was 10 minutes late because my laptop wasn't working, Kat, okay? I was sitting there testing tech. But all right, so yeah, it was funny. Matthew, I was expecting him to play the London because similar to me, he's only played the London system for 20 years. And then he surprised us. But I thought the opening was quite strong.
Yeah. No, the opening turned out really good for you.
It's kind of small, but... Okay.
Have you played similar systems before, Andrea?
So I was gonna go C5 versus London, and then he didn't play the London. So I just did the same plan, but I I didn't know if h6 right away was correct. Sometimes you wait on it. But I don't. I'm curious here if you would have done d takes c5.
No.
No.
But my prep was bishop e2, but I saw you playing a game like no castle and play h6, g5, knight h5 directly.
Yeah. In my blitz games. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was a bit surprised with castle.
Yeah, I had a feeling that you were very prepared, so I tried to surprise you. But I know g5 isn't good because after knight h5 you get knight d2, right? Or not? Oh no, not in this position actually. No, not here. So you would have won what here?
E3.
E3.
And there is a funny line for black. You play e3 with white, c5. I don't.
We lost audio. What did he say after c5?
Normally we play d5.
D5. Chat heard him. He said there's a funny line. Andrea, you would have won if you didn't sack. I know.
And d5 is a mistake for me because you take on g3, you take the bishop.
Oh, so you weren't gonna go d5 here.
No,
what were you gonna play?
Yeah, knight takes.
Oh yeah, this is actually in my theory.
c3 and king d7 for king c7.
I actually have this in my books, but I haven't.
Nice on c7.
Yeah, king d7 and king. This is a nice line. Yeah, I saw this once. I don't think I would have remembered it, but I didn't want to go into this stuff. But then what would you have done instead of d5?
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a clear advantage for white.
It's very similar
this is
to
what
the
you
game.
wanted? Yeah, that's true.
And you played one game with knight takes bishop.
Oh, I see. I had this happen in a game. Knight takes bishop.
Yeah, pawn takes, g4, then pawn takes
g4. Yeah, I'm not gonna play like a patzer like that again. This was an online game.
Yeah. But I didn't know it, so...
is this from online or a tournament?
From your database. I don't know.
How old was
it? On my phone, so I didn't see
the tournament. I see. Okay, yeah, I don't... This was some patzer game. I wouldn't... But okay. Cool, good to know. Okay. All right, Hammer, you can show us our mistakes. The sack was so stupid, but I'll wait to see if there's anything up until that position. If you have any notes for either of us.
No, I think you played it really well, Andrea. And he was put under immediate pressure. And g5, knight h5 is good. Bishop f5 is good. You're threatening knight to e4, so you're forcing him to go defensive with the knight. And like your position was just very good. Like at this point, you're doing super well. The computer thinks it's equal, but I was telling everyone that I thought that this is actually quite a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, as a player of these systems myself as white, like, is definitely very difficult. I think. Okay, let's go to bishop f3. To that move,
I don't know if it's fine or not. I hesitated between knight f3 and bishop f3.
Yeah, knight f3. I was thinking queen d1 or queen e1 was your best, which was kind of sad that was the best move. But I don't know what was the best. But I also didn't respond. I don't think. But I thought here you had to go queen. Yeah. What was the right move, Hammer? Sorry,
computer wanted queen d1, but like white's position is very, very difficult.
Yeah, but I definitely misplayed against bishop f3. But yeah, that made sense.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, maybe I went bishop d3 too quickly.
Definitely. So bishop d3 is just a terrible move, partly because he could have sacrificed his rook. So just because you're threatening a rook with a bishop doesn't mean that they have to move the rook. But also, after he did move the rook, your bishop is just misplaced here because you're concerned that it's going to get trapped with e4 coming in. But also, the bishop would have been good on f5 to protect the pawn on g4. So when you follow up with g4, the bishop actually would have been good here to give some extra protection.
I played quickly because initially my plan was bishop d3 takes on d5, and then I realized you take with the knight, and then I have to trade and I'm screwed. But initially I thought takes on d5, and then I get c4 push because I didn't see that you could take with the knight, and that was why I did it quickly. It was an incredible blunder.
If you push c4, I have rook takes d3. I think. Oh no, my knight is on c3.
Yeah. These were or bishop takes pawn. I just didn't think you could take with the knight because I forgot you attacked my queen.
Yeah,
And
but in that case,
moment
Andrea, why don't you take on d5 first and then go c4?
Because knight, actually no, because bishop. I think I was scared of bishop takes. I was scared of bishop takes and then knight takes.
But so then you remembered the knight
Or
could
knight
take.
takes. Yeah. Well, that's what happens. I told you I have lots of brain farts.
Yeah.
Like I'll see a line and then I'll forget
So
about
bishop
it.
d3 was just an awful move because it puts your bishop in a worse spot, and it's just
That was so stupid.
it's exposed. And but other
Hammer's
than
not
that,
mad,
like
he's
up until
disappointed.
this moment, you've completely outplayed him. And if you go g4 immediately, so I'm reminded of this moment when you played e takes d6. I'm reminded of when you played e takes d6 really quickly. Do you remember that, Andrea?
Say that again. I played e takes d6.
Yeah, and you allowed your opponent to activate their knight off from e8. I forget
In
his
this
name, but it's
game?
one of the games you won in the third round.
Oh, you're talking about from Prague.
No, it's from Reykjavik. It's the English guy, Philip.
The 1600.
Yeah.
Who I beat?
Yeah, you had a moment there where you made a quick trade, allowed him to activate his knight, and then you thought for like 30 minutes and you found the right move.
Yeah.
But the right move would have been better immediately.
Yeah, doing it before the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this kind of reminded me of this because you rushed your move and then started thinking, and when you started thinking you found the right move, but had you been thinking first and made the right move immediately, you would have had a big advantage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a slip up. Yeah, especially with the time pressure. I just thought there was no way that bishop d3 could be bad because I thought, okay, anything that I want to do, I could still do. But it was quite bad. So that was
it makes your bishop more exposed, especially since he has the rook on b3.
Yeah.
There's many variations in which your bishop is attacked.
So if I would have won g4 right now and he went bishop e2, what would have been the plan for black?
Well, I assume you go bishop d1, Mattia.
Yeah.
Because he wants to trade the bishops, right? Because these bishops are super annoying.
Oh, yeah.
And then you capture on d5. He has to capture with the knight because he needs to open up for the rook to protect along the third rank. And then after the trade of knights, this is the key. Here you have pawn to b5. And you win the game. Because now you get that light squared control that you've been hoping for.
Oh, damn it.
And if he takes, you can go bishop d3, but it's actually not as good as just cashing in. Because here just taking on e3 and everything is...
The entire game I was calculating b5, hoping for a moment. Yeah, that was so silly. I can't believe I did that. I went so quickly with bishop. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I looked at g4 and then I saw bishop back and then I couldn't figure out the plan because I stopped thinking after takes, knight takes, because I was like, oh, I'm just going into an even endgame and I should be keeping the pressure. But I forgot about the b5 plan, which was literally the whole plan of it.
So this is very interesting. You mentioned queen d1 as you thought that was the best move instead of bishop f3. What was your plan?
Yeah, preventing b4.
What was your plan there?
Oh, I had no plan. I was going to figure it out if he saw the best move.
Yeah, sure. Because
I figured he might not. I was quite stumped. I was just praying that he wouldn't move the queen because I realized if he just prevents all my threats, like, yeah, then I don't know. I was going to shuffle around.
Yeah, and that makes
But I was going to figure it out. That's how I...
Sure, and that makes a lot of sense. But
Yeah.
if you had managed to find a plan there, that would have helped you in what happened in the game. Because essentially, what you want to do is you want to open up for your rook. You played rook AE8, which was precisely the move I was telling chat I wanted you to play. Up until you played bishop d3, you had played pretty much a perfect game. But when you move your rook to e8, the intention is to use that rook putting pressure on the e file. In order to do that, you need to capture on d5, but you cannot capture on d5 because a pawn takes g5, opening up the attack against the bishop and the knight at the same time. And what g4 does is that g4 prevents pawn takes on g5, which allows you to open up for the rook on the e file, which is why g4 is such a good move for you to get in, because it enables you to do your plan of opening up for the rook. And after queen d1, your best move is probably bishop h7. Because you want to move the bishop away from danger so that you can trade afterwards.
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Now I remembered. That was my move. Well, I think what happened is I quickly looked at all his moves. I looked at knight f3. I looked at bishop f3. I looked at pushing, which doesn't work. And then in all those moves, I had a reason for not wanting to go g4 in some of those positions. So then I didn't calculate enough with the g4 push on the board to find takes in b5. And then, because what happened is I saw bishop f3 and I saw, oh, bishop d3, I take on d5 and I push c4 and I'm winning, and then I stopped thinking about it. So I didn't spend enough time thinking with the g4 plan on the board.
Yeah.
But that makes sense. And like I especially know this, like the Banco Gambit, every system that I play with e6, the plan is always to take and push b5, which is annoying that the one moment I wasn't looking for it, it was when I was supposed to do it, but that's chess.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mathieu, you also had a big opportunity after bishop d3 because you could take on e6.
Yeah, I saw this.
I saw it, but I was okay. This is not working, but maybe.
Yeah. Okay. No, in general, what the computer is saying is essentially that it really activates the white pieces. You're massively struggling with all your pieces being blocked. Like the bishop is blocked by this pawn and this pawn. The knights are being blocked by the same pawns. So you have this problem of your pawns blocking the activity of your pieces, and then the computer feels like giving up your rook, but getting a bishop and two pawns in return, in addition to your ability to now activate your pieces. That's pretty favorable for white. Because after rook e1, g4, bishop back, even though Andrea messed up by moving her bishop in to the d3 square, had you here gone back or made the trade, or like even something like this where you trade, open the e-file and then move your bishop back to protect this pawn, you definitely lost like 2 moves going back and forth with the bishop. But even here, like black's position is quite good.
That makes sense. Yeah, I saw that threat earlier when he went bishop d1. Initially, instead of stacking, I was gonna. Oh, wait, no, this was earlier. Oh, I was gonna go queen d7 instead of bishop d3. But this is so stupid, and I didn't play it because I saw he takes, and then he goes b7, and then I realized I could just kick the bishop and then do my plan. But then I didn't think g4 there was good. But I saw the threat here because initially I was gonna go queen d7 instead of bishop d3. But everything pointed to g4. I guess with g4, I just didn't want to close the position there because I thought it was better to allow him the mistake of maybe opening and taking later. But I should have just closed and played on the queen side. But
yeah, but also like you just, it's such an easy way of preventing the way he's attacking your b7 pawn, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why g4 makes more sense. Okay,
but
so
I'm not like making the sack it was definitely very ambitious, but I mean, that in itself, I don't think the sack was as bad as it kind of looked.
Well, yeah, because when I sacked, I didn't think about knight b6, because then I realized that here, if I went queen c6, you take on d5, and then queen d2, and everything's defended. So I don't know. I think pushing was fine, and then I probably should have just taken the knight.
No, queen c6 is the move I was looking for. And then the interesting thing is after queen d2, black is winning. So like your sacrifice wasn't as bad as you maybe think it was based on what happened in the game.
How is it winning after queen d2?
Queen d2, computer wants d4. Putting pressure on the knight, but this time the knight cannot move forward because you have that under control with your queen. And then after takes, you can trade the rooks, recapture in the center. This knight doesn't really have any good squares to go to. And if the knight retreats, the computer is coming up with some wild ideas with pawn to d3, trying to open up to give a check on the diagonal.
Okay.
And there's like some crazy lines where you manage to get your queen and king, rook working together for a checkmate, while all of these white pieces are kind of stranded.
Yeah, okay. I had 2 minutes.
No, I mean, it would definitely be super difficult to find, but I'm trying to say that the sacrifice was actually more interesting than you think.
Okay, so the sack was good.
No, the sack was very, very bad. The sack was very, very bad, but it had some potential. It had a lot of trickery.
If I would have seen
I
this.
was really gonna play queen d2 and queen c6.
I could have. Just kidding.
Mathieu, could you repeat that just so that chat hears? Because I had so many people in chat saying that no one would play this queen d2 move.
Matthew said he was going to play queen d2, but I also thought he would have played queen d2, and then I thought it didn't work. So I think it was pretty hard to see that you just trade but that makes, I should have realized that my move doesn't work, because once I trade the knights, I lose the attack, and then I should have just, but
no, it's not just about losing the attack, Andrea. And this is something Alexandra really needs to work on this, but you do too. And we kind of talked about it a bit earlier when you had your game in Prague, where you allowed your opponent's knight, you were too aggressive with your pawns, right? That you have to be very aware of the squares that you cannot control with your pawn. And here, once you got your pawn to d5, the irony of chess is that a piece does not control the square it's on. So before you captured the white pawn, you had this d5 square under control, but after you capture it, you no longer control d5, and then you have to be very acutely aware of allowing your opponent to get those placements where you can never kick them out.
Okay. You cut out the first sentence you said was the irony of chess is that a piece controls the square. No, piece does not control the square it's on. Even though I would argue it does, because if I would have, because then I would have had a push. But yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, okay.
So I was so sure you were gonna play queen c6 here, because it's only way for you to keep the light squares. And then after queen c6, white has one winning move, pawn to a5. But my estimation was that a5 was very difficult to find.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I saw queen d2, I saw push, and then I just stopped calculating after I saw he could take, because I was like, oh, I trade the rooks, and then I'm losing.
Yeah.
Because,
and it kind of looks like you're losing.
Yeah, I still don't.
Because you don't have the light squares under control. It feels like the only way you can justify your sacrifice is putting your pawns on the light squares in order to compensate for the lack of light square control you lost when the pawn disappeared. When you gave away your bishop. Yeah. So I mean, this is wild that this works, but it's at the same time very interesting. And I mean, I don't want to encourage you to keep giving away your bishops, but I feel like you were very inspired by your game against Otto in Prague when you did it.
Oh, Otto. I already forgot about Mr. Otto.
Yeah.
Did I sack in that game?
You sacked your knight for 2 pawns, and it was brilliant.
Oh yeah, but that was so different. That one was obvious it worked. Well, this one I knew was a gamba.
Okay.
Hope Otto's doing well. He was a nice man. Well,
Well,
okay.
he beat
well,
you.
yeah, that was.
Even after you played such
Otto
a good
beat
game.
me?
Oh, you had
No.
forgotten?
Oh, you're talking about Ludo.
No.
No, I don't know anymore. No, Ludo.
The sacrifice he made, the
of my
knight for the 2
grandpa, and
pawns, and then he defended perfectly and somehow managed to turn it around.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Sorry, Otto, Ludo, dementia, exactly.
You beat
Okay.
Ludo.
Oh,
That was a
man.
great game.
Yeah. Okay, so that's ironic that I've lost 2 games already with my sack. I should probably stop sacking and learn my lesson by now, but yeah, I don't know why under time pressure that's usually what I end up doing, but I knew that yeah, it's because I missed knight b6, and I always miss things when I sack with low time pressure, so I should just probably stop doing it, but I most likely won't, so yeah. Well, I'm not going to keep Matthew hostage anymore. We'll say goodbye to chat. Yeah, thank you, Hammer, for the analysis, and no, wait, you're lying. There's no chance I would have been paired with Ivanchuk. He looked at our game for like 3 seconds. I was really flattered. And then he walked away.
If you had won, you would be half a point ahead of
I really wanted to
Ivanchuk.
take Matthew's points, but he deserved them. What, Hammer?
If you had won, you would have been half a point ahead of Ivanchuk. There would have been a chance.
I could have been world champion, Matthew, if you would have just given me this dub. We should have at least negotiated like a draw or something.
Well, with a draw, you wouldn't play Ivanchuk. You needed to win. You needed
Maybe
to
if
go
I was
all
on
out.
time, I can do some under the table negotiations. No, honestly, and if Matthew would have started my clock how late I showed up, I probably would have played even worse because then I would have lost an extra 10. Because I need to test my tech because I had a, luckily, chat, Alex's opponent just forfeited the tournament and he didn't show up to the game. So then I stole her laptop because my laptop just wasn't working. But
Yeah,
the next
Alexandra is
game
pretty
is
unhappy
in
about that, by
2
the way.
hours. I mean, free win and you sleep in. How is she upset?
She had a lot of coffee,
I
she
have one
said.
last question. Before the raid goes through, Matthew, did my hat distract you at all? Dena said, okay, I wanted to wear it, and then I asked Dena if she thinks it's illegal, because I said, what if my opponent thinks my big fluffy hat is too distracting? And then she said, good, you could beat him that way. So I wore it anyways.
Nice strategy.
I'm gonna get a bigger hat for the next game and just keep growing it.
The
Oh,
raid
shit.
went
Okay,
through.
bye, Hammer.
Bye.
I think the raid went through.
Yeah.
It's okay, we raid Dena.